songs of the season, and much more. We host district events, including Teacher of the Year and School Related Employee of the Year, the 5-Star Awards Ceremony, and the district's Veterans Day Ceremony. Training videos produced by our team help enhance the work of other departments. So whether connecting students to meals or connecting them to Wi-Fi, communications, and the education network, keeping you informed.
I'm Rick Blackwell. Time for our Thank a Teacher segment. Green Acres Elementary is starting 2021 off with a win. Congratulations to 3 amazing teachers.
Good morning. Come on in. With the whirlwind that we have today, it's more important now than ever to remember your why. Why you chose this profession, why you chose to teach at Green Acres Elementary. You are our Thank a Teacher winners. I thank you so much for everything you do. We have people here also today who want to show their appreciation.
I nominated Mr. Marrera because he's a very hardworking teacher. I just really appreciate him and all the teachers that are like him, that are very calm.
My son was diagnosed with cancer back in 2011. That's when you came into our lives, Ms. Robertson, to be his homebound teacher. When he had his down days, you made it fun so he could, for a minute, forget the pain. When he finally went back to school after 2 years, you took care of him as your own. I could not have done it without your support.
De parte de mi mamá para la señora Torres. Usted ha sido de mucha ayuda para mi hija cuando estuvimos en aprendizaje a distancia y ahora que estamos presentes en el salón. Gracias, Miss Torres.
Congratulations to each and every one of you. You are an everyday hero.
Fue súper especial, me sentí muy orgullosa.
I really appreciate the support that I get here at Green Acres.
We all appreciate that someone notices what we do from our heart.
Love you. Love you. Hey, Palm Beach County, who you nominate next?
We started this show looking at the awards given out for the outstanding principal and assistant principal. And we finished
pathways for success. So if you want to be a high-end academic and end up with your PhD, we've got the pathway for you there. If you decide that you want to make your living repairing automobiles, we've got the pathway for you there. If you want to be somewhere in between, we've got the path. We've got numerous paths for you.
Our story told by graduates who credit their education inside the Palm Beach County School District's choice programs for helping them achieve their dreams.
Hi, I'm Second Lieutenant Ryan Meehan, and I'm part of Our Story. I'm a graduate from the Army JROTC Academy from William T. Dwyer High School. Because of the education opportunities I had there, I was able to attend the United States Naval Academy and graduate United States Marine Corps officer.
My name is Jesus Barnes, and I am part of Our Story. I'm a graduate from the Criminal Justice Academy from Atlantic Community High School, and thanks to the great educational foundation that I received through the program, I have been able to succeed in my current career as a law enforcement professional with the Derry Beach Police Department.
Hey, my name is Michaela Lockhart. I'm a student at Pace University. I am a 2014 graduate of Dreyfus School of the Arts Musical Theater Program. I'm currently working on a show at Pace University called Sunday in the Park with George. I am the nurse, and I'm just so grateful for everything that Dreyfus and the Palm Beach County School District has done for me. It really set me up for success in my training, and this is our story.
My name is Jimmy Everett. I'm a graduate from the Culinary Academy at Santa Lucia's High School. The Culinary Academy at Santa Lucia's gave me the opportunity to focus my attention on what I really loved. And when I was in high school, having that opportunity to learn the way that I like to learn, the way that I learn best, that's what really helped me. That's what helped me hone in on what my career path was going to be.
My name is Tasani Claxton, and I really enjoy the early childhood education program at Palm Beach Lakes Community High School. The reason why I love education is because I love to care, nurture, and teach young children. Young children are my passion. I want to thank the program at Palm Beach Lakes Community High School because it helped me decide what I want to do with my career.
Congratulations to these students on their success and for being a part of our story.
Students have access to grade-level appropriate ebooks, audiobooks, videos, and reference materials through the student portal. From your home computer, go to the district website, mysdpbc.org, and log into the portal. Choose the Other Resources tab, then click on a tile. For example, in Mac and VIA, you can search by title or author or by book cover. Gale features nonfiction databases and reference books. Similarly, WorldBook is available for research. Elementary students also have Tumble books, which allow them to read along with the program. These resources are also accessible on phones and tablets by downloading the free apps from your device's app store. Need help? Your school's media specialist is happy to assist.
Sloan McAfee, a mental health professional on the CAPE team. Our focus is to help students and families when they are struggling with mental health challenges. Mental health is our emotional, psychological, and social well-being and helps determine how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. Help is available. Our message today is it's okay to be okay, it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to ask for help.
I'm Michelle Brotman, and we're peer partners. Hey!
How's your sandwich?
Very.
Sasha's my best friend. I met her last year.
I love hanging out with Emily. She's helping me doing with my math work with me.
For program is Peers as Partners in Learning. It's an elective course, first offered at the high school level. You see great benefits for students with disabilities that are served in a variety of areas, and you also see massive benefits for the students who are serving as mentors.
Sasha helped me by making me more motivated, because she's really motivated to get her grades up and do better in school, and it makes me want to do better in school. You want me to talk more about you?
Yes. Rock, paper, scissors. It's a norm now here at our school, and those Peers as Partner kids, Central's champions, as we call them, they've created that culture where they feel accepted.
You're amazing, dude.
Thanks, dude. And do that.
Yeah.
It runs from the thermostat through my terminal, which is a...
Timothy, an HVAC Academy student at Royal Palm Beach Community High School, explains the electrical components of a basic air conditioning system, a project created at this school within a school, helping students see success after graduation.
I can go to college, I can work afterwards, I can work during college, take night school. I just want to make basically a great future for myself.
The HVAC Academy offers hands-on technical education, free industry certifications, and college and career preparation. Students who attend the Academy spend part of the school day in regular class and part in the Academy.
After 4 years, they leave here with ready-to-work certifications.
These certifications could otherwise cost tens of thousands of dollars, but HVAC Academy students get the experience, education, and certifications for free. Jackson likes the idea of getting a jump start on a solid career.
It feels great just to know and I'll be financially stable and not have to worry about debt.
Community organizations support the Academy with equipment donations and internships in order to help cultivate new talent to meet the growing demand for skilled workers.
A big portion of our trade is going to retire in the next few years. So a lot of these companies are losing anywhere from 30 to 60% of their employees because of just retiring.
Alex is a senior and putting his HVAC Academy experience to work in his family AC business.
Not only am I making good money right now, but in the future, it's only going to improve.
These students have the same Academy teacher for all 4 years, giving them the chance to develop strong relationships and a real sense of family.
He taught us how to be grown men. He taught me how to be patient, and also just taught me how to be a good worker.
Whether students continue in HVAC or other careers, they're definitely a step ahead in life.
Meet 4 of the 9,000 students who take adult and community education classes inside the Palm Beach County School District. There's Olympic boxer Alberto from Argentina. Downey started her own school in Honduras. Estefania worked as a civil engineer in Venezuela. And in Haiti, Steph studied business and technology. All 4 came to this country to pursue the American dream. And they believe the school district's adult and community education program will help them achieve their goals.
And it's amazing, our teachers, they are great.
Leslie McBride Salmon has taught adult ed for the last 32 years.
What you want is to be in that room with the interviewer where you can show what special people you are. I hope that when they leave this class, that they will be ready to get the jobs that either they were trained for in their country or the jobs that they seek here in this country.
Launching careers, a major reason why the school district opened up this new state-of-the-art adult education center. It's home to English classes, GED prep coursework, and career and technical education training, helping students in fields like home health care, EKG, and phlebotomy.
We have the ability to offer classes morning, noon, and night. So no matter what the schedule of the students, there's a place for them here.
Adult and community education students can learn at home virtually or at one of the 25 locations across Palm Beach County. At most sites, there is no charge for classes beyond a $30 registration fee. Incredible facilities, caring teachers, and lots of classes from which to choose. Adult and community education continues to create opportunities inside the school district of Palm Beach County. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
Free money for college is available for all high school juniors and seniors, regardless of family income, through the College Board Opportunity Scholarship Program.
The Opportunity Scholarships are exceptionally exciting because students just have to do the things they normally would be doing to be successful in going to college.
Students start by going to cb.org/opportunity to create a College Board account or link an existing account. There are 6 optional activities students can complete to earn scholarship entries, each worth $500 to $2,000. Successfully completing all activities earns an entry into a drawing for a $40,000 scholarship. Tasks include college research, SAT prep, and applying to college, so students could win free money for things they're already doing to get ready for college. Here are the tasks to earn scholarship entries. Number 1, build your college list.
So the more research that they do into the colleges that they are considering applying for, the more prepared they'll be for the application process when that time comes.
Number 2, practice for the SAT, using official SAT practice on Khan Academy.
The more practice that you do, the better prepared you'll be to increase your scores and have the best scores possible when you apply.
Number 3, improve your score on the SAT by 100 points or more. Number 4, strengthen your college list so that it has a minimum of 1 safety, 2 fit schools, and 3 reach colleges.
It's really very easy. You can go into Big Future online and put in what you're interested in, and it will give you a search for all the colleges that have those fields of study. So there may be colleges you didn't even think of or know of or hear of that are actually the perfect fit for you.
Number 5, complete the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, with the assistance of a parent or legal guardian. Number 6, apply to colleges, at least 2 in the fall. For a full list of rules and deadlines, go to cb.org/opportunity. Tricia Shervin for the Education Network, keeping you informed. The Digital Inclusion Project, aimed at ensuring every student has a laptop and Wi-Fi access, is well underway in Palm Beach County. These power poles, donated by Florida Power and Light, are awaiting placement with those purchased by the county in some communities without high-speed internet access. FPL joins many generous public, private, and municipal organizations in this collaborative effort, spearheaded by Palm Beach County and the school district. Equipment is being installed on existing and new structures in underserved communities, with the ultimate goal to grant all students, regardless of zip code, access to reliable internet in their homes. This effort, along with the district providing laptop use to every student, is part of the commitment to provide students essential learning tools and close the digital divide.
I think your sweat has sweat. You are doing great.
She is impassioned about what she does. To her, PE is something that's just as important as math and English and science and social studies. So she and the other PE teachers put their heart into planning lessons. We don't just throw out a couple of basketballs and tell the kids play basketball. No, they have structured activities, physical movement, academic part of PE. There's a lot of stuff going on.
You're going to step forward and get your back knee to the ground.
You know, for us, it's always an important subject. Your health is the biggest thing for everybody. So these kids who are sitting, some of them have literally been sitting since March.
Right, you're gonna lunge down.
We need to get them moving.
And then as you step up, this foot comes up.
Physical education helps with social emotional learning.
Kids need that mental and physical break throughout the day. It's an outlet to reduce stress. It's an outlet to participate in activities and exercise. It's a benefit to everybody. More importantly, our students that are on the computer for a lot of hours per day.
Keep those heart rates up. We're starting to figure out the spacing in the gym. Right now, the mandate, of course, is that the kids wear masks all the time, so we're going to keep them indoors. With this heat, it's the best option for us, so we've got to figure out how to keep them safe yet moving, but at the same time, you know, how we do that online as well.
Whether you're in distance learning or going to return back to school, it's the concept of engaging the whole family with movement and physical activity. This is a great opportunity where students can educate their families on the components of health-related fitness, how to improve muscular strength and muscle endurance, and then putting that into practice together in the evening.
You guys are here today because what we're going to do is you're going to help us get the esports program up and going.
Esports is an absolute learning ecosystem of technical, entrepreneurship, graphic arts, graphic design. There's so many platforms that the esports can offer.
Now to do that, we need gaming computers. But gaming computers can get expensive. So what we realized is we can take our old school computers, add some new components to them, and beef them up, and then we can use them for gaming.
Are you interested in playing games?
Yeah.
Play games at home?
Yeah, a lot.
These computers will obviously run all the games we need the kids to play for esports, but it will also give them the opportunity to do anything else they need to do. It basically is opening it up for them to learn and to grow, just like we do as a school and as a program.
We could probably fix up a lot of our older computers and get them to run just as efficiently. This is going to be a student-led, student initiative from the get-go. We're going to get behind them and we're going to say, how can we support you, and let them drive this. They're going to have them develop their own rules, their own expectations, all of it. We're ecstatic about this coming to the school and being an opportunity to really get those disenfranchised students in something that is huge.
How long have you been playing video games for?
Basically all my life.
What do you like about video games?
Basically the everything part of it. Challenges, everything. I don't actually have like anything that I can play on. I'll just play on my phone or if I could on the TV.
You see those computers that are sitting on those desks right now that you guys just built? Take a look at them. I'm proud of what you just built because you're taking them home today. They're yours.
Honestly, I'm trying to hold back tears. We just gave 3 computers to 3 incredibly deserving kids in order for them to be able to participate in the esports program with us. It's a pretty amazing.
We've been offering the course now for 2 years, but now we're going to take it to the next level and expand the program so that we can offer it to more students within the county.
These are all skills.
You know who's behind a lot of it too? Is our old buddy Andy Binns. Has been because like yank his retirement or something.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The board has two closed sessions today, followed by workshops, a special meeting, and a meeting for the Palm Beach School Board Leasing Corp. We will begin with a closed attorney-client session, followed by a closed risk management session. We'll now call the attorney-client session to order at 2 p.m. on March 3rd, 2021. Mrs. Bass, please call the roll.
District 1, Barbara McQuinn. Here. District 2, Alexandria Ayala.
Here.
District 3, Karen Brill. Here. District 4, Erica Whitfield. Absent. District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews.
Here.
District 7, Deborah Robinson.
Thank you. We have quorum with 6 board members present. Ms. Bernard?
Thank you. At this time, I request advice pursuant to Florida Statutes 286.
Before we begin, Sean, there's a lot of people in the room. I don't know who's allowed to be in the room and not doing an AC session.
We're going to move next.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We're going to move. At this time, I request advice pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011 concerning the following pending litigation matter. Academy for Positive Learning, Inc., the School Board of Palm Beach County, Florida, case number 4D192816, 4th District Court of Appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. The persons attending the attorney-client session are Vice Chairwoman Karen Brill, board members Marcia Andrews, Alexandria Ayala, Barbara McQuinn, Dr. Deborah Robinson, and myself, Frank Barbieri, Superintendent Dr. Donald Fenoy, General Counsel Shantoya Bernard, and District Staff Attorneys Blair Littlejohn, Sean Fahey, and Denise Sagerholm, outside counsels Sabria McElroy and John Mills, and the court reporter. The session will be recorded by a court reporter. No portion of the session shall be off the record. The transcript of this session shall be part of the district's public record at the conclusion of the litigation. The board shall now begin the attorney-client session in Thurber conference rooms. The session is expected to last approximately 30 minutes.
Governor DeSantis announced this week that he would like the 4 new federally supported vaccine sites set to open across the state to serve classroom teachers and law enforcement officers who are 50 and older. For your convenience, a list of vaccination sites is continually updated on the district website, palmbeachschools.org/COVID vaccine. On behalf of the school board and the entire school district of Palm Beach County, thank you for your unwavering support of our students and staff. Our A-rated schools are your best choice for education. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
A new chapter for a popular competition inside the Education Network studios, where I acted as host. Welcome to the School District of Palm Beach County's Grand Battle of the Books. For the first time in the event's 13-year history, the schools appear virtually due to COVID safety protocols. In the elementary school division, Murakami Park and Discovery Key advanced to the finals. After reading the 15 books from the Sunshine State Young Readers Award list, the students are asked a series of questions.
Name who's Thinker Upside Down Thinker by Shelley Johannes.
Correct. Congratulations to the team from Murakami Park.
We are so proud to announce Murakami's Racing Readers as the Grand Battle champions. Congratulations.
Reading, it can take you places. When you're sitting in a corner or reading, you can imagine stuff, and imagination takes you everywhere.
The middle school finals featured the teams from Wellington Landings and Bach Middle School of the Arts. And for the second year in a row, we congratulate the students at Bach for their love of reading.
Congratulations for winning the Battle of the Books for team from Bach Middle School of the Arts. Thank you.
The high school division featured West Boca Raton High School and Dreyfus School of the Arts. Dreyfus comes out on top.
Congratulations on being the Grand Battle winners.
The trophy stays at Dreyfus for the 10th year. Megan Rollins read all 15 books at least 3 times.
I like reading because it's like relaxing and enjoyable, and I can just like escape into a good book.
Congratulations to all the participants in the Grand Battle of the Books. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
Get on JJ Ryan pads on sprinklers. Those sprinklers got them all wet. How I was raised, I'm not gonna raise my kids like that. I wanna see my kids have a better lifestyle than I have. One thing about reading, you gotta pay attention to the story. I want them to have a future, and education is important. He's walking. He's walking now. It makes them wanna read more. Do you go in there with your socks on? No. Okay then. It's fun when you're interacting with your kids.
A warm welcome at Palm Springs Middle School for school board member Alexandria Ayala, returning to the middle school she attended, now ready to serve students, teachers, and staff.
I'm a proud graduate of this school, and I'm so impressed with just how much they've kept up a supportive, inclusive, diverse culture here. And the teachers still remember me, and it just means the world to know that there's a continuation of excellence here.
Students showed their dancing skills and performed their latest band selections in the very same classrooms Ms. Ayala learned in. The school news crew asked her some hard-hitting questions.
And our job as school board members is to make sure that we're spending every dollar in the most responsible way possible, that we're prioritizing student education and excellence.
As seeing her in this school, it just inspires me to maybe be what she is.
It's exciting for the students to see her, and she can talk about when she was in band and when she studied political science, so it's beyond thrilling to have her here today.
¡Ya viene! Gritó el segundo cerdito. ¡Apúrense!
Kindergarten students in Palm Springs Elementary's English-Spanish dual language program enjoyed hearing the classic Three Little Pigs story. Ms. Ayala also got to witness students and teachers using district-provided laptops and smart panels. Ms. Ayala shares some yearbooks, her old uniform shirt, her elementary ID badge, and great memories with some of the teachers who welcomed her when her family moved here from Puerto Rico.
Such a wonderful feeling as being a teacher, seeing what our former students make of their lives. And she can be a great role model for other students.
I want to be active, I want to be representative, and make sure that every student in District 2 schools, just like Palm Springs Elementary, knows they have a champion for them, who knows exactly what they're going through because I was in their shoes. And it's just exciting for me and the privilege of a lifetime, really. Nunca jamás vieron al lobo grande y feroz y vivieron felices para siempre. El final.
Palm Beach Lakes Community High School is on its way to offering a new drone course where students will learn how to fly unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs.
It gives me another perspective when I graduate. It helps me widen my knowledge on the subject, and it helps me further my education.
Seniors enrolled in the course can earn 2 industry certifications. There is a need to train drone-certified pilots, as the FAA expects them to outnumber the total number of certified private and commercial pilots by 2023. The Education Foundation of Palm Beach County and FPL sponsored the training for the course instructor, and FPL also paid for the 5 drones the school needed to launch the program.
If you saw the film The Wizard of Oz, which Judy Garland was in, there's a song there called Over the Rainbow. This is a song written by Harold Arlen and Yip Hofsberg. Now, just picture yourself in a German concentration camp. People are dying all over. They're being gassed. You don't know when it's your turn. People are being killed. 1.5 million children have already been killed. And you're wondering, what am I doing here? Why me? What's going on? What's going on? Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. There is a land I heard of, Israel. Once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbows, skies are blue. And the dreams that you dare not dream really, really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind us, where troubles melt like lemon drops, away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then can't I? 10 years later was the state of Israel. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Ramirez, and I'm a senior at Dreyfus School of the Arts. The Alliance for Young Artists and Writers received thousands of entries for poetry, and out of those 1,000, they selected 5 national student poets. When I found out, I was beyond honored. I was so happy.
Wow, thank you so much. That's an incredible opportunity.
For the next year, I'll be visiting schools, libraries to engage with the community through poetry. I'm just so glad that I'll be able to inspire another generation of poets. I'm always constantly writing, always kind of thinking of ideas and jotting them down in my journal. When I write, I really feel like I'm giving myself a voice. There is a level and layer of emotions that I can really only express through writing and through the complexities of similes, metaphors, and alliteration. When I write, I not only think about myself, but I think about the people that I can reach through my writing. I wouldn't be where I am without my teachers at Dreyfus. Dreyfus really takes a talented student and it cultivates them and pushes them even further. And really, if it weren't for my teachers at Dreyfus, I wouldn't be where I am right now. This is a poem titled Mama. My mama's English is a stubborn wine stain on a white dress. She scrubs at her twisted tongue, desperate to clean the spice, el cilantro, la salsa, that is her accent. Her accent is the tambourine she hides in the back of her mouth. Behind the ivory piano keys that are her teeth, she speaks a merengue, bachata, ranchera, tonada, that she mutes to make room for her English. My mama's English is the reason I can tell her in 2 ways that she is my everything, mi todo, because her love knows no language.
She's a good person. She's very encouraging. And I just like that we both have a lot in common.
A glowing review from Palm Beach Lakes Community High School 9th grade student Inaya, as she describes her mentor from the Take Stock in Children Johnson Scholars Program. Her mentor is just as big a fan of Inaya.
She's amazing. She has really good grades. Her teachers say wonderful things about her.
Charette Plummer, a teacher at Inaya's school, volunteers time as a mentor, meeting virtually during the pandemic to make sure students get the life and academic support they need.
You almost need a cheerleader. You know, you need that, I'm here, I got you, I see you. You know, that extra voice to say, I got your back.
500 Palm Beach County students currently participate in the Take Stock in Children mentoring program, featuring weekly meetings throughout their high school career. Participants earn a college scholarship upon graduation, and many remain lifelong friends with their mentors.
We have mentors still today, 20 years later, after mentoring their student when they're in high school. They're still in touch. They're still, following them through their life.
Building lasting relationships and helping children thrive are just a couple of reasons school board member Marcia Andrews chooses to mentor.
It truly is important for me to stay connected to children and give back, especially to the students who need me the most.
Inaya appreciates the impact her mentor is making.
I'm glad she's my mentor because she brings more energy. She's bringing life. My mom likes her. I like her.
With all the demands being placed upon teachers, many are still choosing to go above and beyond to help students succeed.
I think mentoring is important. I think giving back is important. When I was in school, I had a mentor, someone who helped me along the way.
Take Stock in Children trains all mentors and welcomes new faces year-round.
Here are 5 internet safety tips for kids. Number 1, don't give out personal information, such as home address, school name, or phone number. Number 2, never send pictures to strangers. Number 3, keep passwords private, except from parents. Number 4, don't download anything without permission. It may contain a virus that can harm your computer. And number 5, tell an adult if you receive a mean or strange message. For more tips, visit us at commonsense.org.
Follow me. Ladies, come right on in. You know, you're not just teachers. You're everyday heroes. We just want to say thank you. And Gladeview was chosen to be a part of
It is time to launch the grand opening of Grassy Water Studios with our very own new newsroom.
Cheers for the debut of a newly refurbished TV studio at Grassy Waters Elementary, complete with updated technology, thanks to a contest sponsored by Suncoast Community High School students Alex and Aiden, founders of the Sock Drawer charity.
I just want to say thank you guys so much, and we really hope that you guys enjoy the new equipment and the new studio.
Anchor 2, Anchor 1 prints.
Students take turns working in every role of a television production studio, helping spark career interest and learning for many years to come.
We want to thank Alex and Aiden and their whole family and the whole organization for giving us this opportunity. And most importantly, we want to thank our news crew from last year for making such an amazing video so we could win this contest and have this makeover.
The Education Network is installing and supporting the TV studios. A total of 10 schools in the district are receiving the generous makeovers from the sock drawer team and are actively participating in efforts to give socks, food, books, and other essentials to schools and community members.
Good morning, everybody.
Greetings. I am Michael A. Woodward Jr., the proud author of 6 children's books, and I couldn't be more than happy to be here today at Cross Point Elementary School. So I want you guys to take this journey with me, just for a moment, to what it means to me to look through the window. My books take on the charge of creating hope and allowing children to visually see themselves and what it is that they can be. I see the world and all she has to offer. There's power in our words and within education.
So Crosspoint is all about literacy. We are big proponents of equity, and we want our students to read books that have pictures of students that look just like them. So we're just so blessed that we found him, and we're so glad that he came today.
It's a blessing. One day, we'll all be gone, but our inspiration will last forever. I want you to continue to do everything you can to give to anybody you see.
He got me thinking that I should never give up on my dream and I should always keep trying.
And in order for us to inspire our children, we must first show them not only what they can be, but where they can go. Yeah.
Plan your work and work your plan. Good planning can release stress for both children and parents, help them prioritize, and learn to create goals, tasks, and deadlines, just like adults do when they go to work.
Make space for learning. Your children will achieve their best work in a quiet, comfortable, and dedicated space devoted to learning. Ideally, this will be a different space than where they normally play games or watch television.
Ask for help. Remember that you are not alone in this journey. Don't hesitate to ask your child's teacher for tips and guidance.
Understand your role. Parents are not expected to take the place of teachers. Parents should play a support role.
When in doubt, have your children read. If you can't do anything else, have your children read. When you have time, read with them. For younger readers, consider using audiobooks.
Set clear expectations. Parents should build time to assist with their students' learning and schedule other activities they know their children will be able to do independently.
Don't forget to have fun. It's rare for parents and children to have this much time together, so turn it into opportunity for bonding. Remember, your relationship with your child is what's most important at this time.
Show kindness. Allow yourself, your kids, and the teachers some understanding.
My story is titled The Adventures of Chloe the Clownfish.
Student Will Volman turns into a teacher during his ACE environmental management class at Boca Raton High School. Will's audience, kindergarten students from Galaxy E3 Elementary, who listen to a story about protecting the sea.
Chloe the Clownfish flies through the streets of Aquatopia with their friends Sam the Shark and Oliver the Octopus. We're the next people to step up and start to keep the environment clean, and it'll be on our shoulders and not on nobody else's shoulders. We have to inform people and we have to take action at the same time.
Will and his classmates act as environmental mentors to the younger students. They are making a difference. And now, thanks to a $449,000 grant from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, all Palm Beach County School District students have a chance to participate in similar initiatives through the Climate Ready program.
The goal of this is to build community resilience, to build environmental literacy and an understanding of climate change.
Working with the Pine Jog Environmental Education Center, the grant will fund a Climate Ready Institute for high school students, an after-school program for younger students, professional development for teachers, and educational programs for our community.
You know, this is so important for the youth to become involved in this because they're the ones that are going to be actually handed this world. They're the ones going to be the decision makers going forward. So it's so amazing to see these kids getting so excited about these lessons.
The school district and partners like NOAA work together to educate the leaders of tomorrow who will tackle the problems we face today. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
If I change my attitude...
Students of all ages are participating in state-mandated enhanced mental health education using a curriculum tailored to each grade level.
Personally, I think that the most valuable part is how to help yourself or someone in need.
It's all part of the private sector-funded Hope for Healing Florida program. Some topics covered are mental and emotional health, substance abuse, suicide prevention, and child trafficking prevention.
It's conversations we would almost rather not have, but it's important to be knowledgeable about them. And so what we're trying to do is really give kids the tools to equip them with the things that they're seeing and they're experiencing every day.
And find someone who can help me.
For parents, what I tell you is that we're really trying to handle it very carefully. We take everything we see very, very seriously.
Teachers receive training on the curriculum, which contains exercises, conversation starters, and videos.
I very much appreciate that teachers are deciding to open this line of communication because some kids might not be fully in touch with themselves personally.
Having somebody who is not their parent, an adult that they can trust and talk to, can be very helpful because it's sometimes almost safer to talk to a trusted adult versus a family member because they're fearful of judgment.
At the end of each lesson, students complete a short paragraph or bullet points about the lesson. These papers are reviewed by their teacher the same day and could also be seen by a school counselor if a child seems to need extra help. Parents or other authorities may also be contacted when necessary.
The Suite 360, which is the program that we're using, has an incredible amount of information. When the kids walk away, they actually have resources of places to turn to or people to turn to if they need help.
Students are encouraged to talk with their parents, teachers, and counselors to use the coping skills they've learned and to seek assistance through resources such as Fortify Florida.
Number one is do you know what it is? It's an invertebrate.
Exciting, interactive, innovative instruction is enhanced in School District of Palm Beach County classrooms thanks to nearly 11,000 smart panels placed in every instructional area.
Across the board, it's beneficial. I mean, I've had it for 2 years now, and I couldn't imagine not having it with my in-person, and I can't imagine teaching virtually without it either.
We said that on the outset, that we would use that money judiciously and equip each one of our digital classrooms so every child could see, hear, and interact. And I would say, promise made, promise kept.
The 2.5-year initiative, funded by the voter-approved penny sales tax, was completed 2 months ahead of schedule, giving teachers a new, powerful tool to help prepare students for post-graduation success.
Technology is a piece of the world as a whole. It's a part of what students will be asked to do after they graduate. So by using this in our daily instruction, we're teaching students the proper way to use technology and engage with the internet.
Bluetooth wireless keyboards, quality web cameras, high-end microphones, built-in computers, and 4K screens are some of the panel's most exciting technological features.
Our particular customization or integration of the smart panel with other technologies has made it really powerful and useful for our district, whether it's regular times or during the pandemic.
Teachers and staff received professional training on smart panel use and features, and the district's technology trailblazers play a huge role in ongoing training and support. The panels, along with district-provided laptops for each student, are enhancing the digital learning experience.
Our students are now able to become creators of content rather than just consumers of content.
Now all of our students have access to high-quality digital instruction, high-quality engaging instruction, and just things being more exciting.
Congratulations! Jasmine, on behalf of Take Stock in Children, I want to let you know you have been formally announced as a 2021 Leaders for Life Fellow. You were selected as one of 6 throughout the state of Florida. Because of your strong academics, your involvement here in your school and your community, you're going to have another $40,000 to pay for college-related expenses. We're so proud of your perseverance. We know that the last 6 months have been very, very challenging for you. Jasmine's father, David, passed away from COVID-19 in June.
The pain that I've had to endure these past few months, when you lose your dad, it's just, you get a whole different perspective of life. See, this is like a really cool accomplishment, but gosh, I would give anything to be one of those kids who didn't have a scholarship but had their entire family. I'm trying to make him proud, really, and that's what I think has shaped me. I think my friends, maybe my family, has noticed that maybe I've become more gentle, more loving, more kind.
I too had an opportunity to read your story, and definitely it's heartfelt. We're so proud of you. We know that you don't have your dad now, but just know that your dad is definitely smiling down on you and your family.
If I had the chance to talk with my dad one last time, I'd probably just tell him that I loved him and that I was grateful for everything that he did, because all of his sacrifices are what got me here.
Hello, I'm Franklin Massop, a school psychologist with the School District of Palm Beach County. I provide direct support to students in all grade levels. As a school psychologist, I provide a variety of direct services to support students' overall mental health, learning, and behavior. My job includes providing psychoeducation evaluations, providing crisis response and support, and regularly consulting and training teachers, school administrators, families, and other mental health professionals.
Persevering.
Here we go, get ready.
Motivating.
Flight is 99% preparation and 1% execution.
Inspiring.
We won't stop dreaming.
Our Palm Beach County School District teachers are heroes. A visit to 3 choice programs, 1 in elementary, middle, and high school, provides an up-close look at innovation in education. Maria Sklar is the program director for the Boynton Beach High School Aerospace Science Academy. She brings in guest speakers.
Mainly the operations are done through a computer.
To talk to her students about a career in aviation.
We really try to make it interactive. We just want to capture their imaginations and try to help them, work through those ambitions and put pen to paper and really start working.
Palm Springs Middle School teacher Francis Bermudez hits all the right notes when he created this video of his students.
'Cause this is our world, and this is our time.
Singing together in harmony.
So our objective was to show the kids that even if we're far apart, we can still do a concert together and still present something to the world that, wow, these are our students and this is what we can do together.
And Brian Horan's enthusiasm for teaching.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
A big reason why his band students at Plamosa School of the Arts appreciate the power of music.
It can change people's moods. Turn on the music and you're in a sad mood, all of a sudden you're in a happy mood because of the music and you're dancing around, you're feeling that rhythm in your bodies.
We are proud of Palm Beach County School District teachers who are ready for whatever comes next.
Our job is to cater and make sure that everybody feels safe, that everybody has a good education.
I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed. Students taking flight at Palm Beach County Park Airport, thanks to the Boynton Beach High School Aerospace Science Academy.
I hope that you get the most
out of this event.
Program Director Maria Sklar kicks off Aviation Career Day.
Everybody's out here to support our students and help them along the way as they achieve their goals.
Helping dreams come true are industry professionals who take time to talk to the students. Danny is an air traffic controller.
I issue the instructions to the pilots, they read it back.
And Davidson is an airplane mechanic.
And the job of an airplane mechanic is to maintain the airplane.
Students even network with commercial pilots.
At American, I've been there for just under 4 years.
Sophomore Madison Fauntleroy has sky-high ambitions thanks to the program.
This is what I want to do. I want to wake up in the morning and I want to fly airplanes.
We need to check registration.
School district programs give students like Madison a chance to actually get into the airplanes. Teamed with a volunteer pilot, the two go over the pre-flight checklist before taking to the skies.
I would like to thank the program because it's given me the opportunity to grow in my training within aviation knowledge and aerospace knowledge, and it's just given me the opportunity to pursue my passion as a commercial pilot.
It wasn't too long ago that Ryan Bazil was a student in the Aerospace Science Academy at Boynton Beach High School. Now he shares his experiences with students as someone who flies drones for FPL.
You can do anything you want if you just really put your mind to it. The program has advanced my career exponentially. It's helped me grow into the person that I am today, being more confident about what I do in the aviation and aerospace world.
Ryan's success in the industry, a testament to the Academy. And there's no doubt, many of these students will also one day work in the aviation industry. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
Here's your sunglasses. Today, I gave out around 150 sunglasses to the students, which my wish came true, thank you. And they took a cool photo, which hopefully, will get around and spark enough interest for other schools in Florida and around the nation to just follow and do the same. The idea came about when I first started walking the campus, and kids were wondering what I was doing here every single day. They were very curious. Some just came up straight up, gave me high fives. Some would come up to me and just ask me about my uniform just to spark the conversation. And I don't know why, but my sunglasses became like the topic of the conversation. And then throughout the days, they would say, hey, nice shades, Officer Hayes, nice sunglasses. And, that just warmed my heart. I ended up telling the story to our principal, Diane Curcio-Graves. I said to her, I wish that I could buy sunglasses for every single one of those students. And she goes, it would be amazing to take a yearbook photo. And then we took it even further by applying a theme to it, and see something, say something was just a natural choice.
Basically, if you see something suspicious on school grounds, like, for example, an unidentified person, then you would have to tell a principal or a teacher immediately.
I would tell a trusted adult, like a teacher or a parent that I know or a friend, if I saw anything suspicious.
It is important because you have to be very vigilant nowadays and be more aware of your surroundings. And it is very important to be able to feel comfortable to come up to an adult, to come up to your teacher, to your law enforcement officer, to your parent, and be able to say that you've seen something that is suspicious.
The sensors on this are what enable you to measure the lactate levels, the skin temperature, and essentially the lung volume and capacity, because we're making use of what the technology electrical impedance tomography.
Spanish River Community High School student Isha is part of a Biotech Academy team working on an invention to monitor sepsis symptoms.
Sepsis is such a common disease that has such deadly effects, but it's very hard to diagnose. So this can have a global impact by saving lives, and hopefully in the future, medical professionals can use this.
Biotechnology teacher Mary Fish and her students came up with the idea and won a $10,000 Lemelson MIT Invent Team grant to help develop the technology. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates 1.7 million Americans develop sepsis every year, and nearly 270,000 die from it, something Ms. Fish knows all too well.
4 years ago, my father passed away from sepsis. So I was interested and intrigued about the fact, could I have found a way, or could we figure out a way to have it so that that people who have sepsis can be always monitored?
Right now, we're testing with oximeter sensor. That's our first step.
Students are working together on all aspects of the invention's development, creating sensors, testing the models, doing research, and creating a communication and fundraising plan.
They're in high school, so they can make this impact and then be naturally known about doing this, and get out there and be out there in the real world with other groups of people and engage with professionals. And this is good for them for connections.
An added benefit, students in the Biotech Choice program are also working toward a biotechnician certification that will allow them to work in a lab once they graduate.
I'm just really excited to be part of the Lemelson MIT grant team working on this sepsis detection device. I'm really thankful for Ms. Fish and the Biotech Academy for giving me this great opportunity.
The team is one of just 14 in the country to win the grant and will travel to Washington, D.C. this summer to present their invention at the Smithsonian Institution.
Latinos are brilliant. Latinos have
From Venezuela. I came to this country 4 years ago, I believe.
I moved to the U.S. 4 years ago. It was like a really huge change for me.
It's been hard, like to get used to a new country and a new language.
I traveled to Honduras and I spent a summer down there basically. So I had a little bit of the experience of what these students encounter coming to this country and learning the language.
Las características que te dan valor para
Latinos in Action was started at our school 3 years ago. It's an asset-based approach to educating Latino students. So we start with what the student brings to the classroom. We want them to know that they are valued.
This is not really a class. It's kind of like a group to help you and help others.
Take control of like a problem or.
We've seen increases in attendance. We've seen increases in academic performance and GPA, and those are things that are emphases in the class.
If it wasn't for this class, I'll probably be a completely different person.
It teaches you like how to be a more kind person.
How to be confident and proud of my culture.
Okay, muchas gracias. Thank you.
Before anything, it's family, it's familia.
That class is not just a class, it's a familia.
Se ha convertido en una familia.
We come together as a family that helps each other and cares about each other.
All students have access to grade-level appropriate ebooks, audiobooks, videos, and reference materials through the student portal. From your home computer, go to the district website, mysdpbc.org, and log into the portal. Choose the Other Resources tab, then click on a tile. For example, in Mac and VIA, you can search by title or author or by book cover. Gale features nonfiction databases and reference books. Similarly, WorldBook is available for research. Elementary students also have Tumble books, which allow them to read along with the program. These resources are also accessible on phones and tablets by downloading the free apps from your device's app store. Need help? Your school's media specialist is happy to assist. The Department of Communications is your source for school district information impacting our schools, our students, our staff, and the entire community. We are the Education Network and Communications, together under one roof, from TV to social media, from the district's websites to its mobile app. Live phone banks during times of need, we're here to inform and answer you. We share important information from our board members and district administrators through our on-air and online coverage of meetings and workshops, available on YouTube, on Comcast 234 and 235, and on AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Information is accessible to all on palmbeachschools.org and to employees on the Hub. We communicate through weekly electronic newsletters, updating parents, students, staff, and business partners, and in multiple languages, including Spanish and Haitian Creole. We also serve our diverse community by informing through various platforms, including social media on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. We are your source for live coverage of all high school graduations, garnering tens of thousands of views from across the globe. We are your source for original educational programs focused on South Florida. Our commitment to students and staff also means providing technical support to schools throughout the district and partnering with the county to help ensure all students have access to the internet and the district's issued devices. Technology enhances our ability to connect you to your school leaders. We also bring you videos which highlight our students, our programs, and our schools, including their unique choice and career academies. The Education Network is your source for various events, including the Academic Challenge, Battle of the Books, Songs of the Season, and much more. We host district events, including Teacher of the Year and School-Related Employee of the Year, the 5-Star Awards Ceremony, and the district's Veterans Day Ceremony. Training videos produced by our team help enhance the work of other departments. So whether connecting students to meals or connecting them to Wi-Fi, communications, and the Education Network, keeping you informed. Marching through marshy mangroves, scientists bring School District of Palm Beach County students on a live virtual field trip to check out estuary and shoreline restoration at the Jupiter Ridge Natural Area.
What I like the most about the field trip is the environment and the ecosystem of the actual land.
We'll obviously be talking about tidal influence.
I love that there were mangrove trees, and it was a really beautiful place with a lot of fascinating creatures.
This is so cool today, what we found.
Palm Springs Middle School science teacher Heather McGill works with biologists from Palm Beach County's Department of Environmental Resources Management to bring these interactive virtual field trips to any middle or high school student in the county.
Doing field trips like this, it brings our curriculum to life. It's so hard with the textbook to show them our real world experiences, and by getting in the field, we can actually see our ecosystems come to life.
Students also get a chance to ask lots of questions and explore different careers.
When I see the field trips, it really makes me want to do certain things, like it being like the one that we went to on Tuesday, and with it being on the beach, it really made me want to be a marine biologist even more.
One of the most devastating impacts to the community here, which is erosion.
Using technology to bring the outdoors indoors gives students a better understanding of how humans impact nature. Biologists are looking forward to reaching more students virtually and returning to in-person field trips.
So we definitely want to continue doing these virtual field trips to try to enhance those connections, but we're also going to be working on getting people back into these habitats, putting their feet in the mud.
For now, these virtual environmental field trips happen once a month to educate, inspire, and enable students to appreciate their textbook lessons and the rich environment in their own backyards.
I felt accomplished after I got my diploma. Made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Palm Skills Academy is a resource that we have built for our students and our families to be able to access on-demand assistance at home. It provides videos and on-demand help for our students and our families to access in order to be able to learn how to get help, how to do math, how to work with reading, how to work with writing, science, social studies. It's really that resource for our families to provide support. All those times when, as a parent, you have to help your child, and when you go to help your child, you do it, you provide the best assistance you can, and your student says, well, that's not the way my teacher told me to do it. Well, now you have a video that shows you this is how the teacher showed them to do it. And that's what these videos are, on-demand, timely help, aligned exactly to our curriculum. So we try to make it very easy for our parents and our students to access and families to access Palm Skills Academy. So if all students have to do is log into the portal and go to the instructional continuity tile. So in the instructional continuity tile, they get to via the portal. Once they log on to that, they will find all of the resources they need from kindergarten through grade 12, and they can access the videos for every single core subject area. The videos can be very short. It might be 2 or 3 minutes, or they might be a little bit longer, 5, 6, 7 minutes, all depending on the exact topic that's being faced. They will be available in multiple languages in order to support our families. So they are available in English, in Spanish, and in Haitian Creole. And then additionally, we are developing them in American Sign Language to support our students and our families that are deaf and hard of hearing. So we want to make sure that we develop resources available for all of our families. The benefit of Palm Skills Academy for our students is that it is aligned tightly to our district's curriculum. So it will follow along. This helps make it easier for our parents and for our families so they don't have to search wildly through videos or perhaps find a method that wasn't aligned to the way our curriculum taught our students how to complete a particular formula or how to do a particular skill. They know it's aligned to what their students learned in the classroom.
I am, Palm Beach County born and raised, went to Orchard View Elementary, Don Estridge. It's really cool to be back here to teach. That was always my big dream. I really like helping people. I really love to learn, and I really like showing and teaching what I've learned.
I work at Olympia Heights High School, and I'm from Mexico. Since I first came to this country, that's always what I wanted to do. I'm a language facilitator. I work for the ESOL department.
I'm an assistant behavioral physical needs 2 at Jared Thomas Elementary. Very creative type of environment that I'm in.
I work at Forrestville High School, and I'm an English teacher. The reason why I came into teaching is because I wanted to make.
Can you pull up your mail like you normally would? Hi, I'm Sam Friedman. I'm a junior at Suncoast High School, and I'm the founder and president of South Florida Tech for Seniors. South Florida Tech for Seniors is a nonprofit organization that works with student volunteers to provide free technology support to senior citizens.
But I thank you much.
I've been helping my own grandparents with technology since I was a little kid, as soon as I could pick up a phone. Not everybody had a grandkid they could call that could help them with technology. So we started a little over a year ago, back in the summer of 2019. Before the coronavirus pandemic, we used to work directly with senior citizens. We'd go to assisted living facilities, community centers, and religious institutions to work one-on-one with people. Now we do it much in the same way, but not in person. Instead, we use phone call support, Zoom video support. So then, again, hit the 3 dots. We help seniors with everything from AOL Mail to Netflix to using FaceTime on their iPhone or Zoom on their computer. Really anything and everything to make sure they can stay connected online. A lot of the volunteers we work with are students at my school, at Suncoast High School, and they work with the computer science program. This gives them a deep understanding of not only how to help with simple problems, but also solve more advanced ones and understand the inner workings of the computers we're working with and the software we're using to help the senior citizens that we work with. I'm very proud to have a team of people, including myself, who have that patience and that love and that understanding for the senior citizens that we work with. Patience is key, and you've got to have that to make this whole thing successful. Working with the seniors has been really rewarding because they're so appreciative even of the smallest things. It might bring them a whole new world of opportunity of things they can do with their devices that they didn't even know they could do before. So South Florida Tech for Seniors has always been about bridging gaps. It's been about bridging the technology gap, but it's also been about bridging the gap just between the young and old people to build relationships, something that's much more meaningful, but is also still very helpful to them.
My story is titled The Adventures of Chloe the Clownfish.
Student Will Volman turns into a teacher during his ACE environmental management class at Boca Raton High School. Will's audience, kindergarten students from Galaxy E3 Elementary, who listen to a story about protecting the sea.
Chloe the Clownfish flies through the streets of Aquatopia with their friends Sam the Shark and Oliver the Octopus. We're the next people to step up and start to keep the environment clean, and it'll be on our shoulders and not on nobody else's shoulders. We have to inform people and we have to take action at the same time.
Will and his classmates act as environmental mentors to the younger students. They are making a difference. And now, thanks to a $449,000 grant from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, all Palm Beach County School District students have a chance to participate in similar initiatives through the Climate Ready program.
The goal of this is to build community resilience, to build environmental literacy and an understanding of climate change.
Working with the Pine Jog Environmental Education Center, the grant will fund a Climate Ready Institute for high school students, an after-school program for younger students, professional development for teachers, and educational programs for our community.
You know, this is so important for the youth to become involved in this because they're the ones that are going to be actually handed this world. They're the ones going to be the decision makers going forward. So it's so amazing to see these kids getting so excited about these lessons.
The school district and partners like NOAA work together to educate the leaders of tomorrow who will tackle the problems we face today. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
You're watching the Education Network.
The Sunshine State helps high-achieving students pay up to 100% of tuition and fees for public college or career education with the Bright Futures Scholarship Program.
We want every student to fill out the Florida Bright Futures. It's very important in the state of Florida, and it may open up some opportunities that you were not aware of.
Even if you're not 100% certain that you'll be attending a Florida school, you can put in your application and get yourself ready for the scholarship in case your plans change.
Funded by the lottery, there are 4 types of Bright Futures Awards open to any Florida high school senior entering in-state public colleges or career education programs. There are different eligibility requirements for high school course credits, GPA, college entrance exam scores, and community service hours.
These may fluctuate depending on the year and legislature, so it's very important to go on the Florida Bright Futures website and research which scholarship level you're aiming for and make sure that you have the community service hours that are needed.
School counselors remind students that community service hours are gathered throughout their entire high school career.
When you're looking at something like Bright Futures or other scholarships that have community service requirements, if you spread that out over your 4 years, it's a lot easier to tackle than, say, waiting till second semester senior year and trying to earn 100 community service hours.
Students successfully completing an academic merit recognition program, such as ACE or IB, may also qualify for a Bright Futures Award.
There is some work that you do, but in the end, there's a lot of money out there. And so it's worth the time that you invest.
For more information on Bright Futures and other scholarships, go to palmbeachschools.org/scholarships. Tricia Shervin for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
History made inside the studios of the Education Network.
Thank you, and welcome to the 2021 Principal and Assistant Principal of the Year.
For the first time, a virtual ceremony and a category for top assistant principal.
Today we honor the best of the best our school leadership has to offer. I am proud to work with such an impressive group of leaders here in Palm Beach County.
During the ceremony, we see that leadership in action through videos profiling each of the 4 Principal of the Year nominees, and for the first time, the 4 nominees for Assistant Principal of the Year.
It says good luck right here.
Now to the highlight of the event. The winners are
our Assistant Principal of the Year from Palm Beach Central High School, Justin Arnone. Wow.
Every student's got a story that we can either be privy to as educators, we can be privy to as people, but when you open up those doors and you find more of those stories out there, it's amazing to find out who our students are. I wanted a way to get to those students who are afraid to come forward and provide them with an environment, an opportunity to meet with someone that's beyond the books, that wasn't connected to their daily grades and things in that capacity, where, you know, their performance in an advisory session was purely just about them being there and listening to other students. We looked at 14 to 15 students, no more than that per adult. It was just a matter of, at this point in time, logistically, I can assign 14 or 15 per staff member teacher, and that'll still give me 3 or 4 people who can work as substitutes in case that person's not there that day. The sessions are 40 minutes long, and all we did was, we have a 6-period day. We extended it to a 7th period day. We didn't extend the time. We just added another period and basically stole 4 or 5 minutes from each other period and lunch to get that in and incorporate it. And that way, they weren't missing any of their core classes or other classes. It was just a matter of, during that time, they all reported to their advisory session. The first one, it was just like an icebox. It was tight. And I wanted to give them an opportunity to leave me a message that they weren't necessarily worried about the whole group seeing, but something they didn't feel comfortable saying that day. And I gave them all an index card. And I said, it's gonna go up on the wall behind me. And so it's a reminder to me every day that I need to get back with you and talk about it. I talked to them about things in my life that made me different beyond this school and, you know, beyond a parking spot. Those are the pieces that you just don't get the opportunity to do, to engage with your kids. And when they find out who you are beyond the books, oh my gosh, you're a human. Like you're not just standing up here because you're getting paid, and you have family at home and you have things going on at your house too, and you've been there and done that, but that means something different now because you actually have been there and done that with something I can associate with. Those connections are beyond important, that you connect with your kids, and a lot of teachers do a great job at it. But if they're not given the opportunity to, then you gotta be a little bit more purposeful. Don't you think so when it comes to that?
Hi guys, welcome to Unified Training. I'm excited. I know, come sit down. Come on, I'm gonna tell you why. Come on in, come on in.
Are we doing training?
Well, no. We wanted to take the time to make sure that you 3 are acknowledged for all the hard work that you do. Molly Bronson, Miss Gloria Artadello, and Maureen Press are our Thank a Teacher winners for this week.
Oh my God, look at all my
parents. You are winners. You can see some of your parents.
I do.
You can see your kiddos. Some of the parents would like to share with you their nominations for you.
And Mommy never cries.
Hi, Mrs. Bronson. Thank you for all you do in the classroom and out of the classroom. You have gone above and beyond.
I just want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
I'm so grateful to Mrs. A for being a ray of sunshine, especially through these very tumultuous times.
My son is learning and loving school, and it's all because Miss A is right there helping him.
Whether she was distance learning or she's not at school, and you're doing a big difference in her life.
Miss Press, the difference that you are making in my daughter's life this year, making them feel part of the school since they are at home.
I love being in Mrs. Press's class because whenever there's a technology error or anything, my mom and me, we email her and she's always on it, and she's always just so attentive.
I
hope you really enjoy this moment, and I hope you really remember your why.
I'm so proud of this school, and especially the three of you and the teachers in the school.
I was very surprised, and I'm very honored, and I'm gonna cry later. I'm a crier.
It really means a lot. You know, we're dealing with many different challenges and trying to come in keeping that open mind and an open heart.
This kind of picks me up a little bit and makes me feel like, okay, people know what we're doing, and they do appreciate us, and they do want to support us.
Hey, Palm Beach County, who will you nominate next?
Hi, everyone. School Food Service stands ready to serve you no matter where your students are learning. Those attending classes on campus will enjoy traditional meal service free of charge. For those continuing with distance learning, grab-and-go meals are available for pickup on Tuesdays and Thursdays. To find your nearest location, visit our website at palmbeachschools.org/schoolmeals. You're not limited to the school your child attends. You can go to the one nearest you. Food is being served at the school's bus loop or parent drop-off area. It is recommended that you stay in your vehicle and have masks on.
Hi, how are you today? Can I see your student ID or the student letter with the barcode?
Each time you pick up meals, you'll need your child's student ID badge or a letter with a barcode that was emailed to the parents at the start of the school year. You can also find that letter on your child's student portal. Students attending school on campus will not need to show their student ID or barcode. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, you'll receive 3 days worth of breakfast and lunch.
You're all set. Have a great day.
Whether under the distance learning model or back on school campuses, all kids need food for thought, and we are happy to support you.
These small, square, handy little pouches are meant to hold face masks and are the brainchild of the Olympic Heights Community High School Hospitality Academy. Entrepreneurial students created the business from the ground up with the help of their academy teacher and junior achievement. They're crafting everything from concept and capital raising to creative social media marketing.
And it goes right on your keychain, your backpack, purse, anything you want, and it will protect your mask from any type of germs or anything.
What is so exciting to me is that they get a real life experience. They're not reading from a book entrepreneurship. They're not studying chapters and vocab words. They're learning hands-on.
Academy students earn valuable industry certifications while completing their core high school classes and also learn essential soft skills they'll use in any career.
As you go through this academy, you learn communication skills, team skills, social skills. You get hands-on experience. You're able to not just be doing book work and in the classroom, but you're able to go outside the classroom and get actual real experiences that you can use later on in the future.
Pouches for a Purpose donates $1 of each purchase to the Hospitality Helping Hands charity to help industry workers and others impacted by the coronavirus.
That charity targets mostly on hospitality workers, and since we are in the Hospitality Academy, I think it correlates perfectly. And it makes me feel really good at the end of the day knowing that what I'm doing is helping people.
Pouches for a Purpose sells in school at area.
MacArthur Beach State Park is partners with the school district of Palm Beach County. Our goal is to get our students, 1st through 12th grade, out into our beautiful park to explore, to learn hands-on.
Oh, it's a wonderful day. I'm thinking big, I'm thinking bright. Everything's gonna be alright. It's good to be alive. What a wonderful day.
I think it really adds to that real-world connection. I think just reading things in a book and watching a video is one thing, but actually having that hands-on experience, feeling like a scientist.
We're learning about the 3 different habitats that animals live in: the estuary, the hammock, and the beach.
I'm climbing to the top. Don't feel like I can stop. I'll do it my way. Oh, what a wonderful day.
A spiny orb weaver. That's the name of that spider. One oyster cleans 50 gallons of water every single day. Salt, fresh, brackish.
STEM is in really every facet of this entire program, from the students being able to learn about probeware and technology devices that are used to be able to gather and measure data and evidence about our local ecosystems, to be able to learn about careers that are so essential for our local ecosystem here in Palm Beach County, to really just make this experience come alive for students.
I got things I wanna do, gonna dream the whole way through, for me and for you.
I am having a lot of fun.
It's their backyard, and they need to be able to know about it, to learn all that there is in order for them to want to protect it in the future.
Well, I always did wonder how you could get a beach, an estuary, and a hammock all in just in one place.
We think that it is just so important for them to get out here and learn about it so they can care about it in the future.
Giant ribbon to celebratory cheers. The young women of Surface 71 debut a new water bottle refilling station at Palmetto Elementary School in West Palm Beach.
Our water refill stations are here to promote the use of refillable water bottles instead of plastics. If we can just start little at things like elementary schools, middle schools, and just have them get in the habits of not using plastic water bottles, it can make a big difference.
The group is focused on environmental conservation and protecting the Earth's most precious resource, its water.
There's so many great things about this project and about what these girls are doing, and I know they're all going to get into great colleges because of all this work.
Yeah, I'm red on top. Good, how you doing?
How are you? How you doing? Policy.
Good afternoon again, everyone. So far, the board has participated in a closed attorney-client session and risk management session. We will now move on to our public meetings, beginning with workshops, followed by a special meeting and a meeting of the Palm Beach School Board Leasing Corporation. We'll now call the workshop for March 3rd, 2021 to order at 3:17 p.m. Mrs. Bass, please call the roll.
District 1, Barbara McQuinn. Here. District 2, Alexandria Ayala. Here. District 3, Karen Brill. Here. District 4, Erica Whitfield. Here. District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews. Here. District 7, Deborah Robinson. Here.
We have 7 board members present, assuming the board will make a motion to allow Mrs. Whitfield to attend telephonically. We have a motion by Ms. Brill, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Also joining us on our dais is Superintendent Dr. Donald Fenoy, and joining us here at the tables in front of us until they can once again join us at the dais after social distancing requirements are no longer necessary are General Counsel Sean Bernard, Inspector General Teresa Michael, and Board Clerk Carol Bass. Senior staff members will join us periodically as directed by the superintendent. Viewers and listeners can access the meeting today by either watching on Comcast channels 234 and 235, UVerse channel 99, or by using the YouTube link on our webpage at palmbeachschools.org. We also offer a listening-only option, which the public can access by calling 561-357-5900 or toll-free at 1-866-930-7015. The meeting ID is 1-561-880-1124 #. This meeting is being transcribed by a closed captioner, so remember to speak at a reasonable pace. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Dr. Fenoy.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board would like to welcome any public speakers who are joining us in person today. While your attendance here at the board office is appreciated, please be mindful of important safety protocols that the district now has in place to conform with COVID-19 safety guidelines. Please respect this cautionary warning that in the event of interference with the orderly processes of the meeting, failure to follow the safety protocols and procedures, or otherwise disruptive conduct, this conduct will result in removal of the person from the meeting. Please abide by these protocols so Palm Beach County School Police officers do not have to take action. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Before we start our workshops, I want to reiterate to staff, based on all of our rehearsals, that we need you to be concise and disciplined in your presentations today because we have a lot of information to get through. I also would like to ask the board to please try to reserve all of your questions to the end of each presentation so that we can get you out of here tonight in a timely fashion. At this time, I turn over to Dr. Sheffield. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your support.
Well, good afternoon, board members and Dr. Fenoy. During the onset of COVID-19 last March, the school board supported the successful transition of in-person instruction to distance learning. One of the immediate required actions for this transition was the implementation of a one-to-one student device. This had required us to make certain that all school district students be issued a district-owned electronic device to be used at home or at school if deemed necessary by their parent or guardian. Policy 8.124, titled Electronic Device Take-Home Policy, was developed to govern these electronic devices as they are indeed property of the school district of Palm Beach County. At this time, Dr. Adam Miller, our Director of Educational Technology, will highlight proposed policy 8.124 that will govern the district's devices in which our students are currently utilizing while participating in distance learning. Dr. Miller.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffield. Good afternoon, Mr. Board Chair, Mrs. Chairwoman, Vice Chairman, Ms. Brill, board members, and Dr. Fenoy. It's great to see everyone. As Dr. Sheffield said, thanks to your investment in our students, we now have a one-to-one student-to-device ratio, and now we need a policy to govern that. This policy 8.124 has 3 main sections. The first section, parent, guardians, and student expectations, covers concepts such as reiterating that all students, when they're using these devices, will follow policy 8.123, which is the technology acceptable use policy for students. The ownership, that, as Dr. Sheffield said, these are the property of the school board. Notification of electronic device procedures, meaning schools will be required to notify their parents of their procedures for these take-home devices, as well as sharing guidelines for students, as well as FAQs for parents on the use of these devices. The second section talks about accountability for these devices. First and foremost, that they will be checked out through a resource manager software. We're using Destiny Resource Manager, similar to that library media specialists use for the library books, and that each school will designate a resource manager who will keep that software up to date, and as well as require periodic device checks, which will be once per grading period. The last section of the policy talks about storage of inventory. It states that that schools would collect these devices at the end of each school year to perform an inventory and update their inventory records. That does create an issue for this summer, because we're probably going to want our students to take our devices home this summer to continue their learning. So I do want to credit Mr. Burke for a really great idea here and just pay that day. On line 114 of the policy, we added in a section that says, in the event of a public health emergency or other extenuating circumstances, the superintendent may modify the annual collection of the devices as needed to facilitate instruction. That'll allow us to get this policy, with your approval, of course, passed, but allow flexibility for this summer for student learning. The rest of this section of the policy talks about obligations, if devices are lost, destroyed, or damaged, and notifying parents for that. This policy, the development of this policy was completed by the Department of Educational Technology. We did take language directly from School Board Policy 8.1225, which is the instructional materials accountability policy, as we do consider these instructional materials. We did receive guidance from the board office and great collaboration, a lot of review by the legal department, as well as collaboration with the divisions of IT, teaching and learning, principal leadership, student wellness, and labor relations. Where we are right now is this is the first part of the workshop for the policy. With your feedback and approval moving forward, we bring it back to you on April 7th for development, and then hopefully adoption on May 19th.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I know the policy talks about collection of the devices at the end of the year. We in other workshops have been talking about student academic achievement, about summer school. I know we also look at ESY for special needs students. How is that going to impact this policy? If the policy says that we're collecting the devices at the end of the year, shouldn't we be incorporating something in here about students? And then my other concern is that there are a lot of students that will benefit if we give them online programs during the summer, if they're able to keep using their devices. And so that's part one of the question, and it gets complicated if you have a student who's going to be moving to another school or another, because they're going from elementary to middle school. So can you talk about that and how we're going to address that?
Yeah, so for the first part of your question, we did build into the policy on the policy on line 114, we actually built in a section that does say during a public health emergency or other extenuating circumstances, our superintendent can modify this annual collection. So that way that would give us flexibility for this summer so students can keep their devices and not be in, not work against this policy that will hopefully be adopted by then.
Ms. Ayala, then Mrs. Andrews.
Thank you. I had a question about the piece on the cost that may end up in the family if something were to happen to the device, which is understandable that there should be a provision on that given that it's property. But do we currently have any data on the amount of devices that have had to go in for repair based on the devices that are out in the district?
I'm not aware of those numbers right now, but I can consult with IT and get those numbers to you.
We'll get it to the board office.
That'd be great. The reason I ask is because I wonder how many were and were not covered by warranty. And on different, I know that it's case by case, but on different circumstances, what that amount would look like at the end of the day for a family that would have to cover that. And then thinking beyond that on how we help create an installation for the families that are financially challenged to be able to cover that. Thank you.
You want to know in regards to how many devices came in for repairs?
Yes, and how much of it was covered under the warranty on the device and how much wasn't?
We have that information. Mr. Burke's team has presented it to me, so we'll get it to you.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Andrews?
Thank you. And this policy is a good policy, but I worry a bit because it's just like a lost textbook, but now we have a bigger obligation with the device. And I worry because if a student is not able to return the device or loses the device or the device is stolen, it's a whole lot of money. And I think our past practice, and I don't know if we still do this many times, if they didn't have the device or they couldn't pay for it, they would not participate in activities, you know. And so we've got to be real careful with that because I don't know how we're going to do this. I mean, we've been in COVID and the pandemic, and a lot of things have happened to children over these last few months. So I don't see anything in here with any safeguards. If a parent was not aware that the device was stolen or the child doesn't have the device anymore and nobody has the money to pay for it, what's going to happen? Is it somewhere in here that I missed reading it?
It's actually not built into the policy traditionally. Putting my principal hat on, if a student loses a textbook, you know, there's opportunities. Either they lose in activity or they can do some community service. That's built into policy 8.1225, the instruction materials. So that's an option for families.
Good. Okay.
Vice Chairwoman Brill?
Thank you. So years ago, before I was sitting on this side of the dais, I worked with the district so that assistive technology could stay with the student as they progressed through the school district. Is there any reason why we couldn't assign a computer to a student and let that computer stay with the student? I know they're going to need updates to it, will need to be refreshed, but could we not keep the computer with the student until they, you know, it needs to be updated or whatever?
It will, Ms. Brill, and I do understand that, but it's similar to just what the textbooks have there, you know, having to return and how we have to do we're checking devices every marking period. But it's going to be important for them to return them at the end of the year. And like we said, we understand there will be some that's participating with summer school, and we'll make those provisions. That's within the policy. But in terms of it's coming in to where they could be serviced, because, you know, periodically, just like we have to take our cars and so forth, things in to be serviced to keep it going. We just want to have an opportunity to service and do the updates that need to be done.
I'm sorry, Glenda. I think the other important part is simply this. We can't have 200,000 different times to bring them in for services. So we have to create clear schedules so our vendors and the teams can do it en masse. So we have to have those schedules.
Okay, Dr. Robinson and Ms. McQuinn.
Thank you. So two of my fellow board members have brought this up, but I want to kind of dive in. And I think you actually mentioned the policy. I was searching for 8.1225 when you said it. So it's not in this draft policy. I think that we need to put, maybe we just cut and paste, but similar provisions if the student loses, damages, whatever, their take-home device. So in terms of the instructional materials, as you said, you know, it's a suspension of extracurricular activities and then community service hours and all, and it's outlined there. And I remember fighting about that because we can't put more barriers in children's way if they are children, and children lose stuff and damage stuff, right? So I would hope that we would look to put similar provisions in this policy. And then the only other comment I had was on line 16 when you talk about the IT user standards and guidelines manual. I looked at that thing. That thing is 25 pages. So I hope you're gonna like bullet it or something if you want people to understand what we are saying. It's a lot. I mean, I think we need to find some way to communicate the expectations easier. So thank you.
Ms. McQuinn.
I actually initially raised my hand to thank Dr. Miller and the entire staff for being proactive about the fact that our students can keep their devices, those who need extended learning time. And I want to say right now, I agree with, so going from being a high school principal and trying to collect just textbooks. I know that when I first went to my principalship, I was hit with, you owe us hundreds of thousands of dollars for uncollected textbooks. Now, I negotiated that down, and we had a good process in place, but we have to have something, frankly, to hold over kids' heads to return those materials, because we as a board have a fiduciary responsibility, and I'm telling you, it's huge. I can't even imagine the price of our Chromebooks and stuff. Knowing too, though, that at the school center, I know which students need some forgiveness, and ultimately they get that. We have to have confidence in our school leaders to look at individual student situations. But if there is wiggle room, we're not going to get things back, and we can't afford to do that.
If you don't mind, I think it'd be good for the public to know that Mr. Burke and his team have placed tracking devices on all of our machines. So we have had instances since the deployment where machines end up in different places, and we can go get them. So it's just good for the public to know that the team is proactive about putting those tracking devices. So whenever they log onto a network, we know exactly where they are in the world. It's just important for the community to know that.
Dr. Robinson?
So yes, I remember having these debates about the cost of instructional materials and the fact that, as I recall, it came out of the school's budget if you didn't collect it. So I certainly hope we're not taking that approach with these devices, because I get that we want to retrieve them at the end of the school year, unless they're going to be used for summer learning. But I always thought that was unreasonable. But the bottom line is, we have in there that if they don't pay, this is the instructional materials, which I'm proposing transfers over to this take-home device policy. Is suspension of extracurricular activities, and then after that is community service hours. Now, I think that is incentive for young people to find that device, but the truth of the matter is, if they spilled soda on it, they spilled soda on it. And I mean, that kind of stuff happens. We should not put barriers to education because children did childish things, right? And so I'm all good with trying to hunt it down. If it's lost, track it, use a tracking device. But if it got damaged because children are children, we need to let them work that off and give them another device while they're working it off, because education needs to continue.
Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you, and I like this discussion because, like you, Mrs. McQuinn, I was an assistant principal and a principal too. And one of the things I want to make sure, because I'm just so happy every student has a device, that even though we're working through this policy, and maybe this is being done at the school centers as we speak, that we put something out there to parents to let them know how this process works. That, that they have the Chromebook or the laptop right now, and we're going to be checking it off, blah, 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 even though we're working through all of the different phases of the policy, because I just remember when the pandemic started and the parents were in those long lines. They couldn't go into the building, and they had these few sheets of paper that they had to sign off and take off, get the laptop, and be gone. You know what I'm saying? And many of those children haven't been back to school since, and they've been on remote learning, so, and they got their laptops. So I think there should be some kind of communications with the home about the lap shop, the use, the check-in times and how it works. And if something happens, maybe the parent can get in touch with you at the district before you have to come looking for them. I mean, something happens to the laptop, somebody might be frightened to say, oh my gosh, I've broken this laptop, I don't have any money to pay for it, and I can't tell the school, and I've got to figure out what to do. There should be some user-friendly language somewhere to help parents know if something happens, this is the process, and even if it's lost, this is how we work with you. And if something is going out like that as we work through the policy, I think it's a lot more user-friendly for children as they work through this remote setting. And even when we're outside of this, we're still going to be doing a lot of remote work or work on computers. And so people can know that we're all working together for the education of all children.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for letting me participate virtually. I don't know why my camera isn't working, so I apologize that I don't have it on. But I wanted to quickly say that I had similar concerns about students and what the ramifications were of this policy going forward. I do think it's important as a school board that we set expectations. So I'm very glad that the policy is in existence, but I would very much like to carry on the practice that I know our schools are doing currently, which is to be understanding and work with our students when they do have an issue. I really recently just heard of a student who's on his 4th laptop at one of my schools. And I think, a couple of accidents here and there, but we really do have to encourage the children to take care of these devices because, it's just an unbelievable gift that this community has given us to have the dollars available to be able to make this happen, to help us get through the pandemic. My question for staff is around the warranty. I understand there is a warranty. I was just curious what kind of things are covered under warranty and what things would not be covered.
So there's a 5-year warranty currently on our Chromebooks that we purchased this last round. IT would have more information on it, but it's any failure of the device itself, as well as the battery, which was a really good piece of warranty there.
So I'm sorry to follow up. So if we had a soda spilled on it or something like that, that was an accident, that wouldn't be covered under warranty.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm not sure how it should be decided, but one of the board members said that the school shouldn't be responsible for collecting or being responsible for the cost if those machines aren't brought back. But, so I guess we need to know the answer to Ms. Ayala's question, because if there's 180,000 computers out there and 10,000 of them don't come back and the schools aren't responsible for trying to get them back, the school just says it's not our responsibility and just calls the district office and says somebody try to find this computer. I don't know if that's reasonable to say that the district administration should have to track this down. So I think the schools need to understand that it's their responsibility to try and get this stuff back. And if there's no penalty to that, if they just say, well, we tried, we couldn't get it, too bad. Are they really going to try hard enough to get it back? The secretaries in the office know the parents and the kids, they see them walk in every day. They're much more likely to be able to get in touch with a family than an administration that's never had contact with that family at all. So I'm just throwing out for consideration. I don't know what the answer is. I certainly understand that, if the computer's expensive in a school, especially an elementary school that has a very small budget, probably can't handle the cost of 10 or 15 or 20 computers if they don't show up. But there's got to be some incentive on principals, the school site administration, to try and get these things back without just saying, we made a call and we couldn't find them, so somebody else take care of it. Dr. Robinson?
So what I said was I didn't think it should come out of their budget. So then it seems that the argument presupposes that the only incentive is the school budget. I think that we can find some other kind of incentive, right? But I think coming out of the school budget then just further harms children. The logic doesn't work for me, right? So I'm good I don't care if we publish in the Palm Beach Post which principals were not able to get their kids to bring the devices back. But to punish by taking it out of their budget is a problem for me, right? So we need to find, it could be peer pressure as far as I'm concerned. I used to get my once a month reports at the VA, green, yellow, and red on how well controlled, our patients' blood pressure and diabetes was and all that. And we look and say, wow, you sure have a lot of greens. How do you do that? Yeah. There's other ways than just impact on the budget, which then harms children.
Ms. McQuinn?
So obviously a district of our size, you're going to have accountability at the school level. I see that as a regional superintendent with a principal's evaluation. The school just documents the efforts they made to get the laptops, Chromebooks. In terms of whose budget it comes out of right now, I think that's Dr. Fenoy's responsibility. And then not to come to us and say we don't have any more money because we didn't have anything in place to make sure we recovered them.
All right, I mean, I see the logic of not charging the school. I also see the logic of making sure that the principals are, the school site administration is responsible for trying to make a good faith effort to get it back before just saying I couldn't get it. So, yeah, I suppose the regional superintendents will be able to follow up with the principals and say, you know, what did you do to try and find this before it gets turned over to district staff above that level. So, any other questions for Dr. Miller or Dr. Sheffield? I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were finished, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like to have Mr. Mike Burke and Ms. Wanda Paul come forward to speak on our capital plan and the 2016 sales tax update.
Good afternoon. Well, I know we're pressed for time, so I'm going to jump right in. Just change our, do we have our workshop up here? That's not the one. Let's see. Here we go. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Sorry. All right, thank you. Always a pleasure to be here with Mrs. Paul, our Chief Operating Officer. We're going to split up the presentation today. I'm going to talk about the revenue side and our capital budget and the sales tax collections and some of the technology achievements. And then Ms. Paul's going to get into all the hard work her team's doing to build these schools and complete the various projects. So we just wanted to kind of set the stage. Today's workshop is really to give you an update on the capital program. And the sales tax is a big part of that. So we're kind of talking about all the work that's been done and the work ahead of us. And then we envision coming back to the board in the near future with a capital budget workshop as you start building the budget for next year and updating your 5 and 10 year capital plans. So our capital plan is a big one. Over the next 10 year span, it's going to be just under $6 billion. And the biggest part of that is our 1.5 mil levy that we're still allowed to levy for capital improvements. And then the sales tax represents about 14% of that revenue over the next 10 years. I just want to always kind of remind the public and the board, this slide is one you may remember from when we were building our case to turn to the voters in 2016. And this was really the impetus for the 1 cent sales tax, the local government infrastructure surtax, where we partnered with the county and the cities. And, and school boards can also go for a half penny on their own. So that was the conversation back then, but we ultimately decided it was good. Everyone had needs across the county and we partnered successfully. But what really drove the need for this was during the Great Recession in 2008 and 2009, the legislature reduced the board's local taxing authority from 2 mills to 1.5 mills, or 25% over 2 years. And at the time that was done, we were hemorrhaging money on the operating side. And, Tallahassee, for the last 20 plus years, has been reluctant to raise taxes. So they were forced with increasing the required local effort in the operating tax levy, and they didn't want to come home at the end of the day with a tax increase, so they did a tax shift. And they shifted capital authority to operating authority. And at the time, we kind of welcomed that as hopefully a temporary measure, because we had already lost about $1,000 per student, and we couldn't really afford more budget cuts. What's happened, though, we never got this capital authority millage back. And then over time, the legislature took the stance that the required local effort should be rolled back year after year, so that half a mil was basically kind of lost. It evaporated over time. And that's left a hole in the capital budget, and it's sizable. It's exceeded $1 billion and basically lost revenue opportunities for our district. And that's why you see more and more districts turning to the voters, because we all have pressing capital demands, and this reduction to the millage has really forced people to go to sales tax or to go to bond issues. And that's not going away. This chart just shows real quick the that red line is where we were at before the legislature reduced our taxing authority, and we were bringing over $300 million a year. The green line is where we would have been if we kept 2 mills. And you can see it actually would have dropped a little bit regardless, just because property values plummeted during the recession. But we ended up with was the blue line, which is the 1.5 mil. So we had a double whammy. We lost millage authority, we lost assessed value in the counties, property values dropped. And the pain point there is that difference between the red line and the blue line. And we really had to reshape our capital plan because there was $1 billion or so that was taken off the table. So we've done that. We suffered through that for a while. We got behind on bus replacements and deferred maintenance. And thankfully the sales tax was successful and put us back on a more sustainable path. The good news here is on the sales tax, we're right now, before COVID, we were collecting about 115% of the projection. So we were about 15% to the good. The sales tax collections were coming in, the economy was doing well. We saw, in the immediate aftermath of the COVID and the shutdown, sales tax plummet. In the month of April, we were down to 58% of projection. In April, and then May, it was 79%. In the more recent months, we're at about 105% of projection, which is pretty good. The economy's been pretty resilient in Florida, all things considered. And that 115% we enjoyed before has now slipped to about 113%. And that may continue to kind of get whittled away depending on how fast the economy comes back. So we'll continue to monitor that. The good news here, though, is we're still above projection, and we're actually should bring in a little more money than we planned unless things really went downhill. One of the questions you may recall when the board passed this, and along with the county, we included a sunset provision, and this referendum was to generate $2.7 billion in total for both the county, the cities, and the school district, with us getting half of that, or $1.345 billion. And we agreed that if we got to that $2.7 billion early, we would shut the sales tax down and close it earlier than the 10 years that's expected to run. Well, based on the revenue collected and even looking at different scenarios going forward, it does not appear that we will be sunsetting this referendum early. It should run the full 10 years. And the only way that would sunset early is if our collections escalated to 125% of projection for the remaining years. And that's unlikely, or highly unlikely. So we kind of know where we stand. So now it's just a question of where we'll end up after 10 years. We suspect we're going to be to the good. And Ms. Evans, who I should recognize, she'd normally be sitting here right with us because of COVID, we're spreading out. But Ms. Evans has forecasted, if we stay at 105% of projection, we'll be about $108 million to the good at the end of the day. If we can get back to 115% of projections, that's almost, $194 million, almost $200 million. And that's going to be important because Ms. Paul's got a challenge, right? The construction costs have escalated since we started down this path. And we're going to have to be looking for ways to redirect a little extra money here and there to make sure we can keep all the promises that were made as part of that 2016 referendum. This is another way to look at the update. You may recall when we went to the voters, we had a $1.7 billion project list. And $1.345 billion was sales tax. And then we were up front, we said, look, we're gonna have some new schools we're building and we're gonna borrow money. So we had almost $400 million on top of that in planned local borrowings. And since that time, we've expanded the scope of some of our projects. We went from elementary schools to K-8 schools. The state has increased the cost, what we're allowed to spend per student station. And we have increased the budget. So you'll see that the $1.7 billion plan is now a $1.9 billion plan, with the vast majority of that increase attributed to the new construction projects, which we will be issuing COPs and borrowing for. And you actually have one on your agenda later today to borrow for a few of the upcoming projects. So that's kind of the delta, about $181 million increase in the project plan, and the vast majority of that being funded through borrowings. And then if you look at the expenditure side, we're doing very well. Ms. Paul and her team are knocking out the projects and spending the money, which is what you want. So we've spent nearly $445 million, and we've got another $156+ million that are tied to purchase orders, so that will be spent soon. This is just a quick recap of the capital budget. I showed you the revenue earlier. This is your total 10-year plan in major categories, showing you how much is going to go to retired debt, new construction, deferred maintenance, buses, technologies. It's pretty straightforward. I can't do a presentation without Ms. Evans insisting that I throw this chart in there. This is one of her favorites, but we always like to kind of get the board update on our debt capacity. So this chart, you probably know it better than me at this point, but the green line was where if we still had our 2 mills, we've got a self-imposed debt limit by policy. We try to keep it 50% of our authority. So the red line shows you the value of 50% of the 1.5 mills, and then you see our existing debt are in the bar chart, and that's the gray portion of the bars. And then the blue portions is the new borrowing we expect to issue over the next 10 years. And the good news here is you can see that we expect to stay well below our debt capacity for the next 10 years. And when you get out to 2030 and beyond, the board's going to enjoy considerable room in their debt capacity. So, you know, we always look at this, right? Because we want to be mindful of the future, and there's going to be future boards and future staff that are going to be faced with capital needs. And you always, you know, you want to have a plan that you've got debt capacity available should you need it. So just a few positive things to report on behalf of IT and our ed tech teams. A part of the plan was technology. The sales tax, we said, look, we're going to invest $100 million into classroom technology. To support all that technology, the IT team with Mr. Argawal, they had to shore up our back end, the infrastructure. So they're constantly upgrading equipment, expanding our bandwidth with internet capacity. We are pretty well about 2/3 of the way through a phone system replacement project that was well overdue. And our wireless infrastructure continues to be improved and enhanced, and to some extent extended out into some of the common areas outside of the classrooms. But we're trying to work our best with principals to have some access and, like by the bus loop or where they feel like it's the biggest priority. So that work is all ongoing, but it's going very well. And we also leverage the federal E-rate dollars to pay for a good chunk of this. And then we've heard a lot about the student devices. You're working on the policy, but we've wrapped that up this year. The last of the devices for the CTE programs were distributed. And this picture, of course, is pre-COVID. The kids would now be wearing masks and spaced out, but we didn't have a more recent picture, so I apologize for that. And the classroom technology, I hope you saw the article. Ms. Sonia Isker from the Palm Beach posted a nice article on classroom technology earlier this week that highlighted the fortuitous timing of us deploying the smart panels and the Chromebooks and all of that stuff that Ed Tech had worked on for years through the Trailblazer programs and all that to make sure this technology gets used. And it has really served us well to help deal with some of the unforeseen challenges we ran into this past year. But they have completed ahead of schedule, rolling out all the smart panels. They've got some more training that will catch up with that. And we spent about half of that $100 million so far on the classroom technology. And the idea is as we get closer to the end of the 10-year plan, we make sure we refresh that technology so that we continue to get, have the benefit of that. So that's really a positive story. And at this point, we're going to have a little intermission, I believe. And we've got
We're going to get to the cool part of the presentation. So, Mark, if you can roll the video, please. I want to thank our communications team and also Tin for putting together that video. I try to provide y'all kind of updated progress on what we're doing out there when we have our one-on-ones. So the next slide.
Ms. Paul, can I ask a quick question? Maybe with the Education Network already does this. That, if they're not showing stuff like that on the Education Network channel during the day, they should be, because the voters should see what we're doing in the schools. There should be text to it. Obviously, we know what's going on, but those should run like daily on the Education Network so that the voters can see how we're spending their money, so that when we go back to them in the future and ask them for additional funds, they'll realize that we did a great job with the money they have. So maybe the Education Network's already doing that, but I'm just throwing it out just in case it isn't.
We'll definitely reach out to the communications team to make sure that's happening. So on with the cool stuff. Here's a transportation update. Purchased 338 buses, replacement buses. The maintenance side of the house, 46 vehicles replaced. School police, 68 vehicles replaced. And with our security funds, we were able to buy an additional 101 vehicles. And you see them around the county and hard at work. Thank God we were able to buy new buses, because I know some of you got tired of seeing the old ones. The next slide deals with our Chuck Shaw Adult Ed Center. Just a beautiful site. A lot of work went into that. I want to also, before I get further in the presentation, thank Dave Dolan, our Deputy Chief of Facilities, as well as Leanne Evans. They're sealed at the hip as we go through this construction program, and I want to thank them for their dedication to the program. The next slide kind of is a cadence of the program. So you can see basically where we are with a lot of our projects by numbers. The next slide will show more detail in it, but to the side of that, you can see Verde K-8 and the new school that we have up. Schools with modernizations, that's Washington and Addison Meisner. And then you can also see in planning and design, double P, triple O, which is the high school in Boynton, and 05C, which is the elementary school in Boca. And as you all know, we fought really hard for those particular schools. And then you can see also the security projects as well as the facility renewals and minor projects. So the next slide provides more detail, the projects that were completed, the projects that are in progress. And then also you see the Forest Hill parking lot and the addition. Part of the delay, well, the delay in that is PGA is now interested in the golf course. So we have to work through the city of West Palm. They've been great partners on this, but we have to work through them in order to come up with a plan for the addition and the golf course. So this slide just kind of gives you the detail in schools where they are in the process. The next slide deals with the facility renewal projects. Again, we have a number of things going on at the same time. So it's not just about building new schools. That's a very small important part of the overall program. But you can see the level of detail that we are going forth with in the facility renewal projects, minor projects that includes replacements of chillers. We also were participated in the new clinic here at Fulton Holland, the construction of that. And then you can also see the 168 digital inclusion projects that we're working with IT as well as Palm Beach County to provide this capability for our schools. Also, you can see with our security projects, single point of entries projects were a big undertaking, as well as adding fencing, card access, and cameras to many of our facilities. To the right, you can see South Tech. We toured that facility last week and saw all the improvements that were made, and just very pleased in the design and the opportunities for students because they have a really first-class facility. The next slide deals with the cash flow. That's important, not only to Mike Burke and Leanne, but to us also to make sure that we have the money in the right position and place when it's time to use the money. The blue bars represent the facility renewal projects. And then you can see the orange bars represent the new schools, modernizations, and addition projects. And so if you turn your attention to 2028, that's when we're closing out our projects. And that's why you see kind of that all orange. And so it is my intent to close out all projects by 2028. There may be a little carryover in 2029. As you can see, our cadence on the program is in a pretty good shape. And again, we have been very aggressive in trying to get these projects done and putting kids in the best facilities we can. The next slide deals with active projects by fiscal year. And again, you can see the ones that are in design, construction, and so forth. So it just gives you kind of an idea of the volume of projects that we're dealing with in numbers. The next slide you can see is diversity participation. We're at 56.2% for project designers and 31.5% of project contractors. And we're seeing a definite uptick in our contractors, SBE and MWBEs, being able to participate in the program. And I want to thank our purchasing department and, of course, Dickie Sykes for making sure that we have that participation. We're definitely doing better together. And so kudos to them for pushing that. Program budget challenges. So the things that are not so cool. The rate of construction cost escalation, that's kind of been a constant throughout the program. Part of it is that we have a strong local economy. And another slide will talk to that. So subcontractors can pick where they want to work. And again, one thing that we have to be aware of is that the FCA projects were priced in 2015, 2016 dollars. We're now in 2021. And so that's definitely part of the challenge. And then, you know, kind of the restrictive timelines. We have a certain amount of time that we can get in the buildings, get out of the buildings. And we work very well with our regional superintendents and our principals to try to schedule the work so that it'll be less intrusive to the kids in the classroom. And again, you can see the Jupiter High School modular classrooms. That was a huge undertaking, and you can see the quality of work with that, and appreciate the team that put that together really quickly. Program budget challenges, again, this is the slide I was referring to. There's a lot of money in South Florida, and contractors and architects can pick where they want to work. And so that kind of presents another kind of challenge for us. We've been very fortunate with a lot of the contractors that we've had and architects. They've been really great to work with, and we hope to continue those relationships. Mitigation strategies. So last March, I was supposed to give this briefing to you, and then COVID hit. And so I spoke to you individually about cool, safe, dry, and bright. And these are some of the mitigation strategies that we've used to keep projects within budget and continue the work. Again, you know, it is our intent, as Mr. Burke referred to previously, that we're going to do everything we promised to do. But again, we have to keep the work moving forward. So I want to assure you, if there's a failure of a chiller or something like that, we're going to replace it. We're not going to wait on those kind of things. But this has been a strategy that we've used to help move a lot of the projects forward. And the things that were, you know, may have not been done now are things like painting or striping a parking lot or asphalt on a parking lot. But it's our intent, as I said before, to do those things as soon as we are able to do it. As you can see, there's a $5 million amount of money that was put back in the program because we're negotiating fair and reasonable cost and staffing costs very aggressively with our contractors. So they may call you on some of this stuff, but that's the right thing to do. Another thing that will help us is speed to market. So trying to reduce from the contract award to actual moving into construction, working up with our contractors to do that. And we've made significant improvement in paying people on time. That was one of the challenges when we first started the program. And so we're definitely working to continue to improve that. And again, at the end of this slide, you see all schools will receive repairs and upgrades. So the next slide deals with the accomplishments, excellent safety record. So I was trying to find that song knocking on wood, knock, knock, knock on wood. That's done by Amy Stewart in 1979. I would hope that you would knock on wood on the safety record. We have an impeccable safety record, and we will continue to try to preserve that. And that's a little bit of Mike Burke humor in there. The SBE participation and NWBE participation in design and construction has been exemplary. And we want to continue that with the program. Our outreach program that Dickie and her staff has worked on has been remarkable, and it has helped us tremendously get more people into our program. Again, negotiated fair and reasonable architecture and engineering fees, savings to date close to $1 million. And then you can see the construction management fees and staff and expenses, over $5 million. And then again, the first two modernizations that we did was Verde K-8 as well as Chuck Shaw Adult Center. And we brought those on time, and within budget. And you can see to the right, Pomosa School of the Arts, and then you can see Addison Meisner, the expansion.
All right, so we have two committees that Ms. Paul and I kind of share here. We've got the Independent Sales Tax Oversight Committee that was part of the ballot language, and they continue to meet and oversee all of the dollars coming in from the sales tax as well as the projects. It's a joint presentation with Ms. Evans and Mr. Dolan and the whole team to keep them apprised. And we were supposed to meet Friday, and we are having a quorum challenge, so we're going to have to, probably will not get to meet now for a little bit longer, but we'll catch up on any reports and all the activity, even at that meeting as it's being rescheduled.
And the other committee we have is the Construction Oversight Review Committee, CORC, and you've heard a lot about CORC over the years, but I want to thank the CORC members and Mr. Porter for just being very supportive of our program and of our district. And I want to thank you for appointing people that are knowledgeable and understand construction. So again, I think there's a policy again. I know it's a policy coming forward to talk about how we can get CORC back into voting. And so I just want to share my appreciation for having them as part of our team.
All right, so just to kind of wrap up, we're on track, and that's evident by we're at 40% of the revenues collected and 35% of the work has been done, and that's a pretty good ratio. I think Ms. Paula kind of covered the construction challenges, but the expansion of the technology and the classroom tech projects and all that have just proven to be so valuable during this pandemic, and we were really fortunate to be able to be in a good position. That we had already had a lot of this work in place, and then we did have to scramble, and buy another 80,000 computers, and we worked through that. But all in all, they also expedited the deployment of the smart panels very quickly. So it was just a great team effort, and we're proud of that. And then, as I mentioned at the onset, we do want to come back to the board with a capital budget workshop so that we can get into a little more detail about what's embedded in the next 5 and 10 years, where the budgets currently sit. I'm going to have a little bad news because the property values are not expected to continue to grow 5% a year like we've enjoyed the last several years. That's going to probably fall closer to 2%. And that's going to take a little revenue off the table that was in the plan last year. So we'll have to work through that. If there's areas of the capital budget that we want to increase, we're going to have to work with the board to find a way to offset that and reduce another area of the capital budget. So it will not be easy. Ms. Paul mentioned, we did a facility condition assessment in 2015, and that was a stretch where you guys may recall we only had I was doing 2 jobs for a 4-year stretch there. I was CFO and COO, it is so nice to have company because those were lonely, hard times. And I'm really fortunate. I greatly appreciate having a partner here with Ms. Paul. But what I want to get to is that those studies need to be updated. And when we get to about FY24, we think we need to start planning to do another facility condition assessment. So you're going to see that built into the budget. And that's pretty much it on my end. Ms. Paul, did you have anything to close with?
No, I think you pretty much covered all of it.
All right, well, great.
So we're open to questions if you have any.
Thank you. So before we go to questions, I just want to make one comment to Mr. Burke. I'm not so sure about those property values because as a realtor, the prices are skyrocketing and properties are not staying on the market for very long. So I'm hopeful that we won't see that decline. But thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. Board member questions? Mrs. Andrews?
I want to thank you for this comprehensive report. It is really outstanding work, Mr. Burke and Ms. Paul. And just a little story about Wellington Elementary, right at the pandemic, we were working so hard to get that modernization done. And everyone had to go home. And by the time we opened the schools back up, it was completed. The parents, the students, everybody, the school was pretty excited. I got a chance to walk through and see all the beautiful school. And just right before the pandemic hit, we saw what it looked like and all that great work was done. So I really thank you, and I thank you for keeping up with the money and making sure that we stay on task. But this, I think, is something that we want to share with the public, just like the video that we're talking about that should be running all the time. We have some very active community organizations, education advisory boards that are meeting monthly. This is the kind of information because we may have to go back again. And I want people to know that we're utilizing their monies properly. We have a wonderful oversight committee that's keeping an eye on everything. And we need to let them know how well we're doing. So if that could be something, I don't know if we get a nice slick something that we can give to people or we can go and do a presentation, but we've come a long way and we're doing well. We still have much to do, but keeping people informed about how their monies are being spent on behalf of the children of Palm Beach County, I think that communication is essential. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you. I wanted to kind of echo some of those same comments. First of all, let me say thank you to Mrs. Paul and to Mr. Burke for the presentation and just the amount of work that you guys have put into this. Just it really blows my mind how well we've been able to do this and expend the funds. My concerns are, I visit a lot of my schools and talk to my principals, and I am a little concerned about, the things that we promised to the communities based on the money that we brought in. And I know there's been some changes, and I actually really like the way that you presented those changes to make sure that we are putting safety as a priority. I think that's wonderful. But I do think we need to do a good job getting out to the principals and talking to them about the changes that are happening at their schools so that they can be the advocate for making sure that they're talking to the community about why these changes are happening and, hopefully supporting the changes that come forward. I know there's been a lot of, things that they would like to see at their schools that are not on the priority list currently. And so that makes me nervous because, just like everyone in this district, we went around and made a lot of promises to people. And I want to make sure we stick to that as much as humanly possible, or at least give explanations on changes so that our principals can be right with us on the changes that are being made. And then hopefully, I really love, Mrs. Paul, that you said that we're still trying to get to all those projects that, we promised to everyone. And I would like to see that happen. But I know from visiting my schools, the list of what they thought they were getting is not completely aligned with what they're currently getting. And I think it's understandable, but we need to do a really good job of explaining it to our principals and making sure that the community really understands that the money is going to school projects, even if those types of projects have been slightly adjusted. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. It was a very good presentation. you know, I'm looking for room for improvement, right? So let's start with the slide on diversity participation. Can you just provide follow-up information via email on when that started? Like, what's the time frame for those numbers? Because it says through December 2020, but I don't know where it started. And also the subgroup breakouts, because I can promise you that the Black Chamber does not think that 56.2% of the project designs are representing diversity. So I don't know like who that is, but let's just look at the data. So the other thing is, what is the Seacrest Training Center? So, because we had this plan modification number 88 was on the Seacrest Training Center.
That's a facility that the police department, school police uses.
The school police what?
Uses for training and so forth. It's
Okay.
I saw it the other day. It's across the street from the new Plumosa School you're building.
Right.
So it's an old building of ours that's now been shared with us and I think a local municipality.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen the building. I just didn't know what we were using it for. I actually thought it belonged to Del Rey, but
No,
okay.
it's ours.
All right. And then can you, this is not urgent, but can you provide us the next time maybe we look at the capital plan on what would it take to upgrade like our HVACs so that we can use the MERV 13 filters and all the other recommendations relative to the pandemic? Because we honestly, I'm sorry to say, need to prepare for the next pandemic, all right?
Okay.
The next spread of respiratory virus. And I don't know if the CARES money that I hope is coming, if we'll have enough to dedicate to that, but I think that we need to address those concerns as soon as we can.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think you bring back to the board, what would that take? What would it look like?
Okay, so I think the question is the systems that are not currently under or have the capability of using MERV 13, where are they located? How many systems do we have in that situation? Right? And then the dollar value of what it would take to upgrade them to a MERV 13 system or the ability to use MERV 13 filters.
Right. And that was an example. And I hope I don't have to go pull out all my notes that driving me crazy early on about preparing for this situation. But you know that American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and AC Engineers list all their recommendations. And then there was also some facility recommendations from everybody. Everybody had some. And I think at some point in time, we probably have a list of those precautions relative to the facilities, and there was some we couldn't do, right? And so what would it take to meet those needs in the future is just something I think we need to put on our radar. And then the last point that I want to make is, and I'm really glad that you brought up the facility condition assessment, and that you put that on the future radar. Years ago, I don't know how long ago this was now, but we did an analysis that compared, it was almost, we didn't use the word equity, but it was almost an equity analysis. The board talked about its priorities relative to facilities, and we prioritized the facility work, not just based on the facility, but on what I'm gonna now label as equity considerations. I think Mr. Burke remembers that. I remember that Joe Sanchez was the chief of facilities. Yes. And it was actually out of that we got those new schools in the Glades, because we didn't use the word equity, but it was equity, right? And so I just want to insert that consideration whenever the time is right for the facility condition assessment and the prioritizing of facility needs, that we make sure that we recognize that that's a point to insert equity work. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you. As I said, this is great work. I was in Woodlands Middle School just the other day, and I saw the beautiful upgrades at Woodlands Middle School. But when I first started with Pahokee, and we were trying to figure out how we were going to get the things done, I just remembered it was a format that you used that could show actually what projects had been completed, which ones are ongoing, from the penny sales tax. And so when I go into the schools, I always ask the principals, how's it going as far as your school and getting the necessary needs met based on the penny sales tax? And they usually say, okay. So do we still have that app where we can actually pull it up and see exactly what projects have been completed for the particular schools? Yes. Is it updated and everything so that every school, if I'm going to a school, I can ask for that?
Yes,
and
I have David Dolan. Give him a chance to speak.
Okay, because that's something that's wonderful. If we're at education advisory meetings or out in the community, that's what people are asking for is, what are you doing at my school lately and how is the money being spent?
Yes, and in fact, we do keep an updated monthly status report on all the projects that are being done. And we are linking that with communications department so that they can put it out there in public so that the general public can access it at any time, see the up-to-date status on a monthly basis.
Yeah, it's on the website.
Yep. Yeah, so I think, Ms. Andrews, that's a good point. And I would, so principals have learned that I visit schools on every Friday. Before I leave, I look at their websites where the link is there. So for every principal whose school I haven't visited, it might be in your best interest to read your own website because I know your information and you need to know your information as well.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Ball. Mr. Burke, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm going to bring forward Deputy Superintendent Keith Oswald, Dr. Glenda Sheffield, Chief Academic Officer, and Mr. Mark Howard, Chief Performance Accountability Officer, to present to the board the 2016 through 2021 5-year strategic plan sunset update.
Okay, the floor is yours.
And good afternoon, board members. Thank you for this opportunity. We're going to jump right in. We have a lot of content to cover. To get us started, Mr. Howard will take us through just a little history lesson of how we got here today and how we developed this plan, and we'll lead into some of the environmental factors that kind of shifted focus and some of the work accomplished through our initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Fenoy. In 2015, this body, the school board, revised their vision and mission, which served as kind of a guidepost for the development of the strategic plan. And as you know, our vision primarily states that we're about each learner reaching their highest potential. And our mission statement, our way of work, is by building and sustaining a world-class education system with excellence and equity so that we're able to empower each student to reach that potential. This is a timeline. What I just want to remind the board is in 2015, when we embarked on this plan, it was an 8-month process, right? There was extensive stakeholder input and feedback opportunities. At the time, I think we logged over 20,000 stakeholder engagement points. And the result of all of that feedback and that we gathered is this plan. This was our early iteration or expression of the plan. And as you can see on the left-hand side, we identified 4 long-term outcomes, and this was to serve as our North Star. And these very ambitious and aspirational goals are those that the board helped to set. As you can see, 3rd grade reading, 75%, high school readiness, 75%, graduation at 90%, and post-secondary success was at 75%. And in this plan, we agreed that if we organized and developed ourselves in these 4 broad areas across these strategic themes and identified 19 individual projects, which were the initiatives, that's how we would attain these goals. I also see that on your display, can the board see what I'm presenting? Okay, thanks, sorry about that. So this was the first long-term outcome, which was reading on grade level by third grade, identifying early literacy as a priority. And this was one where we saw progress through 2018, but we weren't able to reach this particular goal. Within this, there were a number of subgroups that made substantial progress that you'll see. And as you know, in 2020, there was no state assessment administered. In the booklet that we provided you, we gave you estimates based on our own district diagnostic. So you can see some estimated outcomes for 20 and 21. But you'll see here that our Black males went from 28 to 37. Our ELL students that were female from 27 to 35. Our ESE kids made nice progress. ESE females, 10 points, and our males, more than that. So there was substantial progress here. Long-term outcome 2 was high school readiness. And in the visionary aspects of this, it wasn't just about achievement. The community wanted to develop also those social, emotional skills that would really enhance what a high school student, the skills that they should have. So this is an index that includes being on grade level in both reading and math. And then a couple of our local measures that we'll go deeper on in just a little bit, dealing with attendance and discipline. As you can see, up through 18, we made a pretty substantial amount of progress. And again, we weren't able to calculate this in 2020 due to the pandemic. And, just point out again, there were some subgroups that made substantial progress, and then some challenges here. Graduation has been, still remains, one of our highest priorities for obvious reasons. And this is a long-term outcome where we're able to attain that North Star, which was 90%. We did that, as you can see, early in 2017, and then have maintained it and increased it through 2020. Last year in 2020, during the pandemic, there was some allowance made for the state assessment requirement, which we've acknowledged. But you can see that as a district, we went up 2 percentage points, and then each of the subgroups, with the exception of our ELL males and Hispanic males, reached 90%. The postgraduate success is very much aligned to our high school accountability framework. It's looking, our goal, and this is what we talk with our principals about, is for every student to graduate on time in 4 years, and when they graduate, have had a successful outcome in a college or career outcome, which includes AP, ACE, IB, dual enrollment, or an industry certification. So they had to have had the opportunity and been successful when they graduate. And what you can see is this has been complemented by our master board development process and a number of other things. And this is an area where there's been very substantial progress for a number of students. The 19 initiatives that were identified, as you know, if you take on 19 new projects in any organization, it's very ambitious. So they were chunked into 3 distinct phases. 8 projects or initiatives in phase 1, 7 in phase 2, and 4 projects or initiatives in phase 3. So we chunked that out over time. How did we manage this work? We used best practices, as you would imagine, a continuous improvement process that included each year doing a SWOT analysis where you're looking at the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. This process was done with each initiative owner. They identified the key work that needed to accomplish that school year, set measurable goals against it, and had a mid-year check-in. This was important because, as we'll talk in just a minute, there were some pretty significant changes that occurred and the work that you may have had planned for that year, in some cases may have accelerated or had a barrier. And so as part of that SWOT analysis, we also did a SWOT analysis as a system. And Dr. Sheffield will kind of walk us through what some of those changes were.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. And surely within the past 5 years, we celebrated what we call many of our accomplishments and encountered some of our challenges that required our work designed, of course, to shift. And what you're going to see bulleted here is just a few of the events that brought changes within our workspace. As Ms. Paul indicated earlier, the successful passing of the sales tax referendum was definitely a huge success. Adding to this success was also the passing of the millage referendum and attaining, full district accreditation. We all would want that. And then, of course, during this time, we all would remember the unfortunate chain of events surrounding the Parkland tragedy and currently the implications here of COVID-19. Next slide. And here, as indicated earlier, the successful penny sales tax campaign, which provided us the opportunity for us to complete upgrades to various facilities, which is that awesome video that Mrs. Paul shared, and of course, enhance our IT digital infrastructure. And most importantly, in this current space of distance learning and our virtual PDs that we're providing to our teachers and other key stakeholders, the purchase of approximately 11,000 smart panels into all of our classrooms, which were highlighted a few days ago within the Palm Beach Post. And then here on the next slide really talks about, Senate Bill 7026, which was put in place based again on the unfortunate situation there that took place at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas back in February of 2018. And this bill, of course, provided funding for many of our safety and mental health support on our campuses. As you all are aware, we have our mental health professionals, we have our behavioral health professionals on all of our campuses and our CAPE teams in all 4 of our areas. And this is also where, our asset requirements that Chief Kitzrow heads up take place yearly to ensure that our campuses are indeed safe for our students and our community at large. And as we move on to our next slide here that talks about, again, another success, the successful campaign around that increase in our millage rate, which again provided us the opportunity to maintain over 750 plus of our fine arts teachers and our CTE teachers here within our schools. That continues to be a focus for us in terms of just maintaining quality teachers for our students.
So despite some of those environmental changes, a lot of work was accomplished.
And Ms. Oswald, so he's really ready to get moving to talking about
I was
these.
queued up by Mark.
To talk around these 19 initiatives that he's going to have going on here. As you can tell, we're just excited about this work, right? So just continuing to be excited about the work and around the long-term outcomes in these 19 initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, around the COVID-19 pandemic, which was brought to us, it has brought us many challenges. Here going to be listed some of those, some of the steps that we have taken to allow for a continuation of educational services for our students. And in regards to the kind of services that we are providing in the various instructional deliveries, whether it's brick and mortar and or distance learning. I have to say here, team, for myself, it is always important that I recognize the teachers, the principals, and their leaders on their campuses, and most importantly, our parents and our students. Because this past year, because it will be a year in a few weeks, has been one that has been quite challenging, but I can say very rewarding for us too, as we've learned so many skills and techniques, and some of these things that we've learned that we will continue to do even after COVID, right? But the community has just been so supportive. And I could tell you, as we just continue to look in terms of finding an opportunity and finding some successes within this COVID, with this pandemic, you know, we think about the work that the community has led up with us. And when you look at that last bullet there that talks around the digital inclusion and the Wi-Fi projects, we think in regards to, you know, just being able to go out and put the internet, give our families internet accessibilities, you know, working with the various organizations and making sure that our students have the Wi-Fi extenders for those that were having issues, and just getting a very clear signal to where they can participate in their learning. And surely the successes that we have had and the challenges and so forth, we did not take any of this on by ourselves as a district. The community truly embraced and assisted us in many of our efforts. And, you know, lastly here, you know, just the work that we've been able to do in terms of being a district that started the school year with a distance learning memorandum of understanding. And that came from, you know, CTA, Justin Katz and Theo Harris, just coming at the table, working with us continuously with that same mission, that same vision in regarding to wanting to just set some guidelines and provide some structure for our teachers, and to where it was going to yield positive results for our students. And again, it's just us all having and realizing that it's all about the kids, and there is indeed no playbook to how to navigate in this space of COVID-19. So, you know, at this time, Mr. Oswald now will review the LTOs with these outstanding 19 initiatives. And as he gear up to talk about those 19 initiatives, we all remember that, you know, this is definitely, you know, we definitely have a lot of work to do. But I can say that I've definitely seen the successes, and we also want to just embrace and talk about those opportunities for growth that lies ahead. Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffield. And as we move into the 19 initiatives, I do want to put a shout out to the departments, all the employees in the school district here that have done so much work over the last 5 years. I will not do justice of all the work that has been accomplished in these 19 initiatives. As we go through each of them, I'm just going to highlight some of the work in each of these. Understand that we did supply you with a resource that goes into more detail around this work. The 19 initiatives were broken down into 4 themes, the first theme being effective and relevant instruction to meet the needs of all students. The first initiative that we attacked early out the gate was around the pillars of effective instruction. This is about the vision of what we wanted to see in every classroom, that we wanted to make sure that we saw that it was standards-based, that we held high expectations for our students, that we personalized that environment and that experience for our students, and that there was a high level of engagement in every classroom from kindergarten through 12th grade. Our second initiative around cultural competency, equity, and access with instructional practices. Again, a lot of work that's been happening here. Most recently, an equity resource center. That's a website for our employees. That's a one-stop shop around all of the work, from the new work of culturally responsive teaching courses and leadership courses, 5 and 6 in each of those, to lead the work in their schools to address the equity issues that exist in our system. Equity teams leading courageous conversations at our school centers. A lot of work started that will continue to occur. Number 3, instructional programming customized to the individual strengths, interests, and aspirations of each learner. Here, we've had some new work around the AMP program, accelerated math program, where we're condensing 3 years of math into 2 years in elementary school so that more students can take accelerated math as they progress. We've got to continue to expand that in all of our schools around the AMP program. Gifted screeners. We currently have that going on in 35 of our schools. Some of that got put on hold based on the COVID issue. But here, we've expanded the number of teachers who have the gifted endorsement. We've got to get that back on track so that we can have the gifted screener happening in all of our schools, our original vision on that piece. Mark talked about the master board process. We've done a lot of work to prioritize the students having access to accelerated coursework. We continue to increase every year the number of students enrolled in accelerated coursework, as well as at the same time executing performance. We need to continue that work. Digital and blended learning opportunities through technology. A lot of that work has been discussed throughout this evening. I just want to highlight the Trailblazer program where our teachers stepped early on. One of the criticisms when instituting technology in the classroom is, does it actually improve pedagogy by our teachers? Well, we attacked that early on, making sure that the technology was partnering with the curriculum team to making sure that was making a difference, and it definitely laid the groundwork when we hit the pandemic, those individuals, those trailblazers leading the training at our school centers. Kindergarten and pre-K, a lot of work has been happening in that space. We started with adding additional $1 million in Title I dollars for the last 5 years into that department to expand direct programming for our students. So a total of $5 million at this point. Also, not only adding and expanding program, what we learned early on, that there's a lot of different providers in this space outside of the school district. So how we collaborated and worked with our outside agency had to be a priority. So work that Dr. Robinson actually started in Riviera Beach around bringing our private providers and community providers together with the district and how we collaborate and share our resources for better outcomes for our students. That work continues to evolve and be a standard of how we work in the community. That led to the development of the kindergarten KEEs, kindergarten expectations, getting that document wrong, about a document that really looked at what we expected our pre-K students to be ready for kindergarten, from academics to social emotional factors. And lastly, the develop the capacity to deliver effective instruction in kindergarten to grade 2. Again, a lot of work happening here. We had a number of curriculum audits from TNTP early on that really addressed the need for better high quality materials, which led to the development of these curriculum modules that were recently reviewed by Johns Hopkins University, calling out that these were great modules to better making sure that we had standards aligned curriculum for our students, but also the need for long-term the development of high quality materials, which is leading into important work as we roll out our next textbook adoption around high quality materials. In addition, we had a few pilots around content-based literacy. Not only does the literacy need to be standards-based, is the content worthy in helping build knowledge in our students. The next initiative was around positive and supportive school climate. And the first one, ensuring a single school culture in every school. So single school culture 2.0 was rolled out. Here, this was about building systems in each of our schools around academics, behavior, and climate. How did we ensure that there are systems that would ensure that all students would succeed? So for example, when it comes to academics, professional learning communities is a process that helps teachers come around and talk about good instruction, good lesson plans that will deliver better outcomes for students. There are systems that have been put in place to build the capacity of that process. If a school is having issues around behavior and climate, school-wide positive behavior support would be leaned in more around making sure that that system at a school is being dealt with. That also led to some work that also, under the talent development of the single school culture coordinators, a position that has helped build that capacity to lead that work in many of our schools. The next initiative, the alignment of behavior and social emotional factors in our schools. A lot of work has been done in this space, as talked about, from our CAPE teams, having a crisis team the development, again, around talent development and creating career pathway of our behavioral health professionals. An individual at every one of our students, again, thanking our voters out there to support that, to support the needs of our students. This work continues to support our students through the pandemic, and we know will be vital when we come out of the pandemic. We heard early on from our constituents that bullying is an issue and concern that we need to really ensure that we're addressing. So through this work, we revamped our process of how bullying can be reported, how it's investigated, and the training of actual materials and support, which led into the social emotional learning work that's going on in our schools. So from morning meetings to curriculum, this work continues to evolve over time. When we first rolled this out in our social emotional learning morning meetings, something that we hit with a lot of our elementary schools, it was not uncommon to hear students say that was their favorite part of the day, talking about, things that were just going on in life. And aligning new and community and parent resources. Here, we learned from the NYU equity audit that, removing the barriers of reaching to our community had to be a priority. So addressing things such as language and issues like that. So we've done a lot of work around developing, revamping our district app, which has 125,000 users, rolling out a number of resources and videos and parent university processes that our supports for our family continue to evolve. And again, additional artifacts under positive and supportive school climate. And then talent development. Over the span of this strategic plan, the HR team was recognized with a Sterling Award for its use of data to improve processes that result in improvement in customer service. So into this first initiative, 11 and 17, they were combined for their overlap around how we create career pathways. So I spoke briefly about single school culture coordinators. Another example that also plays out in 12 and 13 is the teacher ambassador program. So how do we retain our teachers at our school centers? Teacher ambassadors received a stipend to really work closely with our new teachers on a school campus to create an area that we know that we often see turnover. So in addition, the NYU partnership residency program helped recruit a number of talented teachers and put them on a pathway to work in our most neediest schools. We saw an increase in the number of Black and Hispanic teachers in our school system by 10% over the course of this work. And again, some of the artifacts that are listed on this slide here. And our last theme, high performance culture. So we started off with implementing a comprehensive performance management system. So again, aligning with talent development, how do we develop our district employees? So there's about 800 employees that do not work directly in school centers that went through a training and process management program to set goals with their supervisors, and then supervisors themselves went through a process to get trained of how do they coach and support these employees around those goals ongoing. So a clear coaching model. Also, Lean Six Sigma is a process to manage projects and reduce variation and waste when implementing a program. This has led to the development of our employees and improvement in a number of processes across the system. Implementing rigorous project management structure, protocols, and processes. Exciting work that's happening here. We now have a project management guidebook and a center. I can tell you this has been well received, especially on the academic side of the house, which often educators are not trained in project management, but often are leading some very important work in our system that this training has helped them, again, execute those particular projects in a much more effective way. 16 and 19, that work has not started. Again, a number of initiatives due to COVID-19 and is work that needs to continue to be looked at as we build district-wide culture of pride and respect and enact systematic customer service. And the last one, develop resources allocation process aligned with student needs. Some of the great work that's coming out there is our new IEP system and English language learner system that is being implemented in all of our schools. As we went through 19 initiatives at a very high level, as we went through this process, as we worked to close out this particular strategic plan, we wanted to really reflect on lessons learned as a school system and work that you'll be engaging in as well of what you have seen around as you all reflect as a school board. But some of the things that we learned is really around the theme of focus, alignment, and accountability. That we've got to narrow our focus as a system so we can align the resources and our efforts to support that focus. And then how do we build a cadence of support, but also accountability within that system, that this is the work we're going to focus in on. So I just went through 19 initiatives. I hope I didn't put you to sleep. But with those 19 initiatives, we know that there was a lot of work, a lot of resources that had to be expended around a limited number of human capital to execute on that. So reducing the number of initiatives, I think, should definitely be a priority as we move forward. Through our work with engaging the community, we got a lot of support and around the work that's happening as a district. We saw that from the passing of the penny sales tax, the referendum, that we know that we must continue to engage our community. And the limited resources that we have need to focus in on those district priorities and not start new work as this time goes on. Communication, engagement, and transparency around our goals needs to be ongoing all the time so that people understand what we're trying to accomplish as a school system. A cadence of coaching and accountability needs to be established from the school board down throughout all elements of the system to ensure that we stay disciplined on the work that needs to be accomplished. And continuous improvement should be a built-in management process that allows for course correction. We know that at times things weren't working out, whether they were environmental factors or we're just not meeting certain goals, that the work still lies ahead. We need to course correct sooner than later. And there's definitely a difference between technical versus adaptive changes. And there needs to be a built-in greater understanding as people execute on work on how that plays out at the school center as well as the district office. And then I leave you with moving from an equity lens. So we've been very deliberate about bringing data that controls for race, gender, et cetera, and the outcomes of our students. But how do we actually get to the practices that are going to change those outcomes? So we just looked at data that still show disparities in our work, that we need to get to the practices that are going to reduce so there are no gaps amongst the different subgroups in our system. So what are those practices that produce those results? So a lot of work that was just covered. We'll open up the question and answers. Then as we shift into the next workshop, you'll have an opportunity to reflect as well. And Mr. Howard's going to go through additional data elements that we look through. So speaking of looking at data by race, gender, et cetera, we're going to look at a few other elements. But first, we'll open up to questions before we move into that segment.
Dr. Robinson.
I was going to wait for everybody else, but okay. So, so first, let me just say, I know that everybody is working hard, right? I'm really clear about that. But we are not being anywhere near as successful as I think we can be and that I would hope we can be. And I think at some point, I just think we need to start having harder conversations. Now, I know we will have harder conversations one-on-one, right? But I think we got to get out. Education seems to need more warm and fuzzies that I think we need to have when we're talking about a strategic plan and how to move forward, okay? I'm just saying. So, having said that, let me give some of my comments here. So one is, yes, I want all data disaggregated by numerous variables, not a single or two, right? So at the very least, we have to look at race, gender, socioeconomic, ELL, ESE status. I mean, I don't understand, and I would hope that the leadership team is looking at data that way, because otherwise I don't know how we know what we need to do, right? We have always had pockets of excellence in Palm Beach County School District. We have always had groups of students who did well, right? You know, and guess what? They could do better. I think I've shown that data. We can push them to higher levels, the subgroups that tend to do better. But I mean, and I'm sorry, this is probably the most important conversation that we've had in a very, very long time. And so I'm going to say what I need to say here, and I will follow up privately. But so I think that we need to really look at what we said we were going to do. Did we do it with fidelity? And if we did and it didn't work, then we need a new strategy, right? I mean, I think that kind of thought process needs to happen if it has not already, right? And shared with us, shared with the board, so that we can be supportive of the appropriate change. Because we're going to have to make some tough decisions if we're going to do what we say we're going to do. So, you know, I saw in here, in part of the response to one of the strategic initiatives, so we listed the culturally responsive training, we listed the racial equity institutes, but you know what? A one and done is not enough, right? We have not yet put into place the systemic and continuous repeated, the methods to have repeated conversations about what does that look like? What did I learn? And what does that look like in my work, right? It's like if I go to a medical conference and I don't come back and apply it, what I've learned to my patients. I checked it off the list, right? And so, and I've been saying that privately for a while. I'm just saying, I think we need to embed that in our system. So in terms of some of the HR stuff, and I know this is probably an inappropriate request, but I'm going to ask that Ms. Andrews looks at our new teacher support system, because there was a point when Ms. Andrews was our chief of HR. I'm not saying everything was working right, but there was some recruitment and retention initiatives that worked well, right? And so, and I don't think that I have the eyes and background knowledge to adequately evaluate that. So I just want to make a couple more points. Now, this gifted thing set me off, and thank you, Mr. Oswald, for trying to work with me through this. But I just want to make a point, and I'm not even going to go through all my flagged issues, but I want to read something to the board, because, you know, history is important, right? And we had a gifted pilot program in 1998, right? Where we had Dr. Donna Ford, I think is her name, from Ohio State University, trained some of our teachers in selected schools. And some of you may remember this. And the goal was to teach teachers how to identify gifted characteristics in Black children. I mean, that was, you know, that's not the dressed up version, but that's what it was, right? With the expectation that then they would identify those characteristics, refer them, and those children would be able to benefit from the gifted program. We said some years ago when Avosa was superintendent that we were going to do gifted screening universally. We're not there. I know we got disrupted by COVID. I heard Mr. Oswald say, you know, that yes, we got disrupted. We're going to do this. But we need to really do this. Now, okay, so I'm going to just say this to you, and then I'm going to stop talking for a minute. I'm reading from a document that's from the Gifted Education Program School Board Workshop dated June 12, 2000. Okay, 2000. Okay? So it opens, equity and excellence. Okay, sound familiar? Equity and excellence, nurturing and developing academic talent in all students, was approved by the school board in January 1999 and forwarded to the U.S. Office of Education, Office for Civil Rights. Included in that report was a recommendation for the development of a continuum of services for gifted students, okay? So, and it goes on and more, but what I'm saying to you is, until I found this, when I was going through one of my gifted files, because I keep mess, right? And this is an issue. And so, and then I dug this out and found this equity and excellence. Oh, how many of us thought that was new terminology, right? So all I'm saying to you is, can we do it this time? I mean, this time, can we actually change the structure of the school system and the behavior of adults to benefit the children that we are paid to serve? Okay? Because there's nothing new except everybody got a device, take-home device. I don't know anything else that's new. We have lost the foundational stuff, the way I was taught to read. We've lost that. We've educated our way out of that. We've specialized ourselves out of that, right? So I'm just saying, now is the time for us to get real. If we're going to outline a new strategic plan, somewhere, can we please, Lord have mercy, have some real conversations about how we support and develop the talents of our children? Because if I'm gonna come back here in 20 years and say, we saying the same old crap, I mean, come on, I'm sorry. I said I was gonna have my words more organized, but this ticks me off. Palm Beach County School District, so what we get ready to say we're gonna do, we already said we were gonna do. When we gonna do it? I hope it's this time. And so just for the record, so I just want y'all to realize, I am not crazy, okay? All this mess has been said before. And we move the shells around and the adults come up with the reasons why, and we act like we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. And I'm tired of it. Can we focus on the needs of children like we gave birth to them? Can we do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. I got you in this order, board members, Mrs. McQuinn, Ms. Whitfield, and Mrs. Andrews.
Okay. First, I want to, for those who don't know out there in the public listening, that Dr. Robinson asked that our data be, I'm going to use reading, be disaggregated, not just ELL, but by race. And I do think that's important because there is a difference between a student who is not a native English speaker, at least our Florida English, and a student who has been with us since birth. I think that's very important information, and probably you guys have it, and I've just missed it. But I do think that's important. The other is just a general statement that I know is going to guide me as I'm looking through what we do next. And that is, and I'm going to be personal for just a minute because I'm going to refer to our Black students. We often talk about, to be politically correct, we talk about high poverty. And we tend to include high poverty white with high poverty Black. I grew up very high poverty white. And I didn't learn how to read at home. I learned how to read at school. Now that's in the old days when I shrugged my shoulders because I didn't know a word and I felt the wrath of a teacher's hand. We would not do that anymore. I learned, there were no books in my home. I learned to read in school, probably because I'm white. A Black student who comes to our school and has been with us since kindergarten, if by the end of third grade, they're not performing at the same level as our white students, we haven't done our job. And that's what I'm going to be looking at.
Thank you, Ms. McQuinn. Ms. Whitfield?
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say to all the staff out there who've worked on this, this has been an incredibly difficult last year. And you've managed to keep the strategic plan going, which is unbelievable. And I feel like when you look at the level of initiatives that you just presented here, my hat goes off to the people who work in the district, because I'm super impressed with what we've been able to accomplish during this time, even in the last 5 years. I was around during the development of this plan, so I'm particularly proud of the work that has been accomplished. One of the things that I find a little concerning and want to address for the next strategic plan is that we have the larger objectives that we put together, the long-term outcomes, and they are quantified. We've got a goal of 75%, 70%, 90, 75%. And so we can tell if we've met those or not. But when we have 19 strategic initiatives and you have so many items on that list of things that we've done, it's very impressive, but I don't know that it really gives us a place to say that we've accomplished what we set out to accomplish. There's so many things that contribute to the strategic initiatives. And what I'd like to see in the next plan is, a much more simplified version, so that when we do accomplish something, we know that we've done it and we can pat ourselves on the back, because I feel like this current plan has staff working so hard, but not necessarily finishing anything. So many of these initiatives I see and I want to keep going with. I think that they're really good for the system, and we've done a lot of wonderful things, but as far as a strategic plan, I'm hoping with the next plan that we can have endpoints that really show us when we're done. Because I do think staff is working exceptionally hard and they've managed to keep going through this whole thing. But I want them to know when they've done a good job, so we can recognize that and we can tell them, that they have really accomplished what we set out to. But most of all, I just want to say thank you for everybody for continuing this work and making sure that we are doing as much as we are for children. I would like to see some changes coming up in the future, but really, I just want to say the part about the end point. I think we need to know when we've accomplished something and when we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitfield. Mrs. Andrews, then Dr. Robinson. Go ahead, Ms. Andrews.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank Mr. Oswald, Dr. Sheffield, and Mr. Howard for your hard work. And I was here when we did this strategic plan, and I have to look at myself as a board member to say that as we go to the next level, we've just got to do better. When I received all this information from Mr. Tierney, this is the most information I had gotten about our strategic plans since we've actually been doing our strategic plan, which was really good, Mr. Oswald and Mr. Howard, the data that you sent us about where our children are. I wasn't surprised at those numbers because, as we kind of look at the superintendent's evaluation and we look at our annual report, we begin to kind of look at that stuff from year to year. But we've got to stop that as a board. We've got to really do a better job in keeping up with where our children are and begin to put our monies and our resources where our mouth is. Because as I look at, just reading on the third grade level, we know that that's going to be a big deal for us because it's a slow process here. And we are not going to make it to even our goals if we don't change how we look at reading. And then when we look at reading, and we look at iReady and some of these other instruments that we use. I mean, back in the day, I had a book. We had curriculum where we could really get some instruction for reading. So something's wrong with the reading. When we look at our ELL children, our ESE children, free and reduced lunch, we know where the black male sits in that situation, and the black females and those that are just not making it. We know where to find these children. And when I look at the data, it's just showing me the data of how much work that we've kind of made some progress, but we've got to dig deep in that data. When Dr. Robinson brought the information just the other week on graduations, we've done well on graduations, but when we look deep into the data of graduations, we know we got a whole lot of work to do. So I'm just hoping that with this new strategic plan, we're going to dig deep in the data. I really want to know, when we start looking at our reading at the third grade level, I want to know where the schools are. I want to know who are these children that we're missing, that we can't hit the mark on it. And when we kind of find out, and we know they're out there, and we know who they are, we know what subgroups they're in, we probably know what communities they come from. We've got to dig deep to find the students, find the schools, and begin to craft a program specifically for these children that truly need the help. We've got to find them. And I think when we just do the data and kind of lay them out, ELL, ESC, free and reduced lunch, Black, Hispanic, and so on, we already know that. And we're going to continue doing that if we don't dig deep into the data to find out where the children are and begin to hire the teachers, the staff, put the resource there to help those students. So when I look at this data, I'm not surprised that we're making slow progress because we haven't had a deep dive into what we need to do, and we haven't really channeled our resources to work with those individual children. And then I like the idea that we've done some work with acceleration, but we have a long way to go with getting some of these children involved in our high-level programs. So we still have a long way to go, and we need to kind of look at where we're not meeting the needs and work on that. It seems like we're making progress, but we still have a long way to go. And that's why I have to commend Mr. Oswald and your team here. You've been making progress, but now we have to have a deeper dive and cut in there and find out what we're looking for. And just like even with the high school graduation rate, the cohort, a lot of children are graduating. Some of them are going to college. Some of them are being able to get jobs. But we don't really keep up with our children, starting even at elementary, to make sure that we follow them. So when they get at middle school, that they have some kind of a career track ahead. We got some wonderful career academies, but many of the children that truly need to be in the career academies can't get in there. And so by the time they get to the high school piece, attendance, they may just barely be graduating, and then they're on the street with a job that doesn't pay anything. So we've got to do better, but some of them are graduating, but we've got to market and help them. That's why I work so hard for vocational or technical assistance for a lot of the children that are actually coming through the process. And it's the same kids in these same subgroups that we're talking about, because the others are getting picked up in the career academies or being able to go to college or are really ready to go when it's necessary. And then when we're looking at some pieces of it about the certification, I just look at Inlet Grove, where every kid that crosses the stage, for all the years I've been here on this board, and Inlet Grove was a school, every kid that crossed the stage had an industry certification. I says, we have to do that. I mean, we can have a lot of career academies and a lot of kids can cross the stage and give a whole lot of scholarships. But these same kids in this area that you can't move are the ones that we haven't taken care of at a level so that they can be able to move to the next level. When you have a student and you find their interest and they can do better in school and move to the next level because you found something that they like, they're going to do better in the academic piece. So we've got to dig deep. We know where the children are. We know the issues and we know the subgroups. I just think, I want to look at the human resources piece, Dr. Robinson, but, I just know when we talk about our dual language programs and we're trying to have international academies and we can't get the teachers that we need, we have to think out of the box to find a way to bring the right teachers in to do the jobs that's necessary. I just remember the time that the Office of Civil Rights was here in Palm Beach County and told us if we don't get on the ball to make our schools look like our students, that we were not going to get that federal funding anymore. That's when I came along, Dr. Robinson, and the school district had to get busy and hire the right people. And so I just know with all of the excellence that we get, because we're A-rated, a high-performing school district, we have high-performing teachers all over this county. We need to build a partnership in District 6, where I am, with Wellington and Royal Palm Beach and Glades, where there can be some kind of MOU, where you can have an exchange program where we can teach each other. The teachers can work together, and maybe a 3-year stint out in the Glades, and you go back to your home school. You've got to really think out of the box. And certainly you're going to have to do some international recruiting that Orange County and some of these other counties that are progressive across the United States of America, they're getting those teachers in. that need to make a difference, not just somebody that's graduating from college with a bachelor's. I'm talking about with a master's and some experiences so that we can have the right teachers on the ground. So I just know when I look at all of this, I was appreciative of getting this information, but we've got to get something going where we can really monitor and make a real plan and actually look at it, dissect it, and do something with it. Putting our monies where our mouth is for resources to make sure that we can take care of our neediest children as well as the children as they move up the level, especially our subgroups, and we're gonna see improvement in these numbers, but we've got to spend the time to do it. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So it just dawned on me, our overarching problem. We have a culture problem, right? We talk about culture and climate at the schools, right? So whenever a parent calls me and says, I don't know if I want my child to go to that school, it's C-rated and all that, and I always say, okay, well, who's the principal? Because then we'll know what the culture and climate is on campus. But we have a culture and climate problem as in the district as a whole with the adults, right? Like the adults don't believe. This is why we are not moving on these. This is why we have an equity and excellence initiative for gifted that's more than 20 years old that hasn't been acted on because the people who are supposed to make it move don't really believe. I remember when we had a person over math at the district level who didn't believe that those children could be successful in algebra in 9th grade, those children, right? So when you have that, you don't move. It doesn't matter what we say up here, right? If the culture and the climate over in this building and in the schools is not supportive of the children, no matter where they come from or what they look like, we're not gonna move. We need to focus on the culture and the climate, Dr. Fenor. Part of that is listed here, the culturally responsive training, all that kind of stuff. I hope that our equity consultant can help us walk through some of those thoughtful processes. But let me just tell you an episode that pained me, and then I'll leave it alone for now. So, we have the Superintendent's Advisory Committee for Black Student Excellence, which is the evolution of the Superintendent's Task Force for Black Male Graduation Rate Increase and Suspension Reduction, which was the response to reports from Council of Great City Schools and SHOT Foundation 15 years ago or so. This showed across the nation, people were not graduating Black males or were disproportionately suspended Black males, right? So anyway, we had this meeting a week ago of what I lovingly call Black Excellence, which is the only time and space in this district that I know of that is dedicated to discussing and debating and advocating for the needs of Black children. And the people that were presenting their analysis or recommendations acted like they couldn't say the word Black. Wait a minute. We in a space to talk about the needs of Black children, right? And you can't say Black? That's like if I'm going to a math conference and I want to talk about social studies. So I'm just saying, can we please put the culture and the climate on the top of the list? Because if we don't do that, the people that we count on to carry out all these wonderful things that we imagine, that you put in place, that get codified on paper, they're not gonna happen because they don't believe. That's our overarching problem. If we remove implicit bias and explicit bias, if we remove that, I'm looking at it positively. I'm removing that. I'm not saying anybody's an intentionalist of any kind. It's a culture problem. We need to fix the culture of the Palm Beach County School District. Thank you.
Chairwoman Brill.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Robinson, I hope in my lifetime I see the culture change, because I can tell you that you've been involved a long time. I've been involved a very long time. And historically, this district, and it's not you that's sitting in front of us, but this district pushes back on doing things differently. They push back at every turn, even to the point, and I wasn't going to bring this up in the conversation about having a facilitator come in. I was told that it would have been a great idea, but the Council of Great City Schools does it totally differently, and we would have to start all over and do it completely differently. That's the way we operate here. People don't want change. But my takeaway from listening to everybody here is that, Dr. Fenoy, it sounds like once we get that strategic plan in place, I would really suggest that monthly we have an item on our agenda that gives us an update with disaggregated data that tells us where we are, because having the plan in place, and I know that we have our items on the agenda, we identify what part of the plan it is, but we're not getting this data often enough to be able to really see results. We see results, and I appreciate all your hard work, but I do think it will be helpful for us as a group to hear this at least on a monthly basis so that we can see where the problems are. And I agree that it has to be disaggregated. I've asked over and over also to please break out, I hear this from community groups, the Haitian students in the data, because their learning is also very different. You know, many of them start out as ELL, but it's a different population with different issues, so I would like to see them split out. I kudos to the district. This is the best progress I've seen for ESC over all the years that I'm involved, and it's going back like almost 30 years. So I think we're doing a fantastic job, but I'll just close with that, just with the suggestion that we look at this on a monthly basis and not just put together a nice plan and then come back once a year or twice a year and talk about it.
Board members, let me ask you a question. So you've all had a chance, those of you who want to speak at least once, and I know that a lot of your questions deal with how we should move forward, which is the objective of the next workshop, the Strategic Plan Workshop 2. So at this point, rather than taking any more comments, can we wait until they start the next workshop, and then all of the things that you say we should be doing, we'll be addressing in the strategic plan that we're going to be developing based on the next workshop. That's okay with everybody? And you all are through?
Yeah.
Dr. Robinson?
So just to close out the Owen, I just would hope that if they haven't already, that they have a real, like, heart-to-heart, the executive leadership team, on what did we say we were going to do, what did we do, and did it work? Because I think that's informative.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Howard's just going to lead into this next with some data that's going to lead into the next strategic work as we transition the other team up.
Yeah, so if I may, Mr. Barbier, I just want to frame this for the board. The consultant, the expert that you guys have agreed to work with on this equity root cause analysis, Mary, had asked for us to look at certain data elements and to review that with the board. Next week, each of you, my understanding is, will have a one-on-one with Mary. And then following that, a workshop, right? So the data that I'm sharing with you tonight, we're not doing the root cause tonight. My job is to orient you to this data so that you understand it, you can interpret it and apply your own analysis so that you have a great conversation and that you're able to ask informed questions, okay? So the first, and some of these, we've mentioned Council of Great City Schools a few times. Some of these are standard measurements for the Council of Great City Schools KPI project, Key Performance Indicators. So there is a basis for national comparison. I've heard the board say that a number of times. So going forward, that's the potential, right? I also want the board to know that as we continue to evolve, improve, and use technology, each of the reports that we put out now have the ability for the user to disaggregate by all the various subgroups and student characteristics, and that's also frequently included in our reporting. So student attendance is the first measure. Let me give you some local context. We're using 11 or more days absent, and you may ask yourself, that seems like an odd number. Why are we using that? In our own research in the school district of Palm Beach County, we found a threshold effect that once a student begins to miss more than 1 day a month, their odds of graduating, if they've missed between 10 and 20 days, drop from 92% to 80%, right? There's this threshold effect. We've also found in other analysis that each day absent tends to lead to one lower scale score on the FSA. So if a student had missed 10 days, their rough learning loss there would be roughly 10 scale points. And once we get at that 11-day threshold, we see negative effects, okay? So this is what we'll look at. Now, we've been looking at this data with you. This is part of our principals dashboard. So in 2016, we established a principals dashboard disaggregated in this way, which is updated daily, right? And so let me orient you to the data. I'm going to use a laser pointer here on your screen, if you can follow me. Now, this is our elementary school students. The first row of each of the tables I'll share with you is in gray and bold, and that's for all students. The first column from the left gives you the group or the subgroup, and then each of the last 5 years. Now, right now it's an extraordinary time because we have pre-COVID and COVID, right? So what you'll see as I move to the right is the difference or the change from 2016 to 2019, which I labeled as pre-COVID, right? And then we have the 5-year difference from 16 to 20. That allows us to pick up any anomalies that might surface. And then, I think it's important that the board will do kind of their own questioning of this data. One of the common ways to look at this, a protocol, is to look at differences between the groups, right? Which group is lowest, which group is highest? What are the differences between groups? Is a group consistently lower, et cetera?
Excuse me,
And
I'm
so,
sorry to interrupt. Do we have this anywhere here?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I can't find it. Okay, it's in that, okay. Thank you, because I can't see that.
Okay. Yeah, I believe this was an
Okay,
8-1.
I
It was
found
provided an
it.
email
Okay.
from
I
Mr.
saw it was
Oswald,
sent to
and
us. Okay,
I'll
I've
make
got it.
sure, Ms. Brill, that you and
got
all
it.
board members have this deck, and I'm absolutely happy to meet with you personally before you meet with Mary.
It's fine, I had it printed out, but I can't see that, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you bet. The differences between those groups in 2016 and 2020. And immediately on this screen, you will, when you get this data and you sit down, kind of have your own noticings, right? Things that you notice. And immediately, one of the things that I noticed here, that if we look in 2019 or even 2016, on this second row, Black females, 23% had 11 or more days absent, 34 for the Hispanic females, which is higher, and 27% for the white females, which is higher yet, right? And now when I track that across, and I go out to 2020, the year of COVID, what do I see? It looks like the Black females went from 23 to 36. That's an extraordinary change, right? However, the white females go from 27% to 20, okay? So when you're looking at this, you may notice things, and that will lead you into your conversation with Mary, and she'll have her own protocol on what exactly we're doing with it. So that's why we're using 11 days. You can see the subgroups. ESE is special education excluding gifted, right? English language learners are those students who are currently in the program, LY, or those that are being followed up with, right? The 2-year follow-up period. So this is broken out for you. I'm going to go to the next screen now, or the next page in your report, which is middle school. All right? We use the same threshold, all the same context applies, yet you'll see some different numbers. And let's start out with, up at the top left, all students, 13%. What was the number for elementary, right? It's in the high 20s. So immediately you can see there's a distinction in our elementary schools. And one of the things that we found locally is the problem is worse in K1 and 2 than it is in 3, 4, and 5. That was a focus of our Proving Ground initiative, is to try to understand that and improve upon that. And there's quite a bit to go through, and you have Mr. Tierney following me. So please, if I accelerate, it's not out of disrespect. I don't want to gloss over anything or convey that it's not important. It's just you'll have an opportunity to look at these data in detail and then discuss them with Mary and then go over them as a group, okay? But you can see the other thing I just want to note in our secondary schools, this is important. We implemented an SIS system, right? And one of the things that we found is we improved the fidelity of taking attendance. Just because it was easier to do, it was a lot easier for principals to follow up on. So what you'll see between 2018 and 2019 is what looks like a drastic increase in absenteeism, right? And our hypothesis is that from 2016 to 2018, it actually got a little bit better. But in 2019, we changed the way that we kind of collected and reported attendance, and it looked a lot worse, okay? Let's go to high school, which is the next page or the next slide. And then you may find the patterns are similar from elementary to middle or high school, but that's one of the things that you would want to take note of when you're doing your own analysis, okay? So I'm going to move on to the next measure, which is attendance. But before I do, questions about attendance before we go to discipline when you sit down to look at these data. Okay. I'm going to go now to the discipline measure. And the measure that Mary asked for, that is also a Council of Great City Schools measurement, is out-of-school suspension. So we're looking at the percentage of students, elementary, middle, or high, that have been received at least one out-of-school suspension in a school year. Okay, this is elementary. Now we're going to look at all students, this top row, and you can see that in 2016, 2.3% of all elementary students had received at least one out-of-school suspension, right? And you can see in COVID, in 2020, it got a little bit better. And then as you look down, you're going to notice, right, that Black males are much more likely to get an out-of-school suspension, followed by special education males and Black females. All right, this is a pattern that's well worn in the carpet here and one that's familiar across the country. No excuses, but that is the pattern, right? And then you'll notice we have female and male free and reduced lunch, and our males that are on free and reduced lunch also, you'll see consistently, right, kind of have that pattern as well. Let's go to middle school. Upper right-hand corner, it was 2.3 for elementary, 9.8 for middle school, and then you'll see it went as high as 9.6, but pretty consistent there from 16 to 19. It's dropped a little bit in COVID. The patterns look very similar. Black males, 20%, right? Here, ESE kids, 15, ELL kids, 13% are males, followed by our Black females at 10%. And that pattern is going to present itself again in a high school, okay? All right, I'm going to go to the next measure, but before I go on, are there any questions about discipline? Ma'am? Dr. Robinson?
Not so much a question, but a comment. So in terms of when we dig deeper, so as I recall, and I've said this before, after playing with Excel with you, that as I recall, it was like almost 30% of the absentee days for Black males in middle school was caused by out-of-school suspension.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm just.
I can clarify that. Yeah,
Okay.
You're correct. And 2017-18, when we were looking at this Proving Ground initiative, and I think through a question from yourself, we found that for Black males, at least a quarter of their days absent were due to out-of-school suspensions in middle school. That was a middle school fact, okay? So, you know, ask ourselves, what can we do to impact that? Okay. Any other questions about discipline?
Sorry, Mrs. Andrews, go ahead.
Yes, because I'm really worried about this, and I know this is real, but I just look at these numbers, and we've got to know where is this occurring? Because we've got a lot of schools here in Palm Beach County, and when we say Black male, Hispanic female, Black female, and we look at these numbers, this is accumulation of everywhere in Palm Beach County. I really would like to know if you all, because I haven't seen it, are you digging deep to find out when you get a big number, these big numbers, where is it occurring? It's occurring somewhere, and big numbers to make these large numbers. And we've got to be able to know where that is. And so, I just know in my district, District 6, is it happening in the Glades or is it over in Wellington? Where is this happening? Is it
just to support you, let you know that you guys, I think, still have access to the principal's dashboard. This is a number on the principal's dashboard that's updated. And then I'll let Mr. Oswald.
But I want to say, I recognize it's on the principal's dashboard, but I think it is going to be the responsibility of the administration to work with the school board members and periodically go through this, because when you have found it, when you dig deep and find that there's trouble, and we know it's trouble in these areas, this is not news to me. When we know it's trouble, and we have to find deeply where the major trouble is happening. And so that's what I'm talking about when I look at these numbers. And when we start talking about equity and what we need to do and how we put our resources, it may not be happening in Wellington. It may be happening in the Glades. It may not be happening in the Glades. It could be happening in Wellington. I don't know where it is when we see these big numbers. And I know that principal's dashboard, somebody's looking at it, but when we see our children in out-of-school suspension or not in school, I need to see, and we need to talk about it as a school board, where it's happening and specifics about that. It's easy to put it here because it doesn't show anything other than it's bad.
Yes.
I want to know where it's bad and why it's bad at the places that it is bad, and what are we doing about it? And that's what I need to know, and I need somebody to help me with that.
Continue, Mr. Howard.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rowe. The next measure is ninth grade course failures. What I will tell you is our own research shows that by the end of ninth grade, if a student has a GPA below 2.0, they only graduate 56% of the time, right? It's a really significant number. And this is only looking at core courses, English, math, science, and social studies, only ninth grade. And then, so the overall rate in 2016 was 12%. And you say that stayed fairly consistent of 11% in 2019. And we know this is documented, right? There's some struggles when we went out for COVID. We saw that number balloon up for a number of the subgroups, okay? High school graduation, I think this is probably the most well-known to the board and to the public, right? And what you'll see here is, near parity. We have, a couple of subgroups there that are below 90%, but the large majority of our subgroups have reached 90% in 2020. In 2019, our male ELL students and a couple of other subgroups, but primarily our ELL students, had the most work to do yet. And then finally, the last measure that Mary asked for is rigorous courses. And so what we did is we took a look for elementary, middle, and high, because we have slightly different measures in elementary school. We're looking at those students who are enrolled in AMP. And middle school, this is part of our master board process, and we're looking at any advanced or high school courses, and then in high school, ACE, AP, IB, and dual enrollment. And so when we're looking at elementary rigorous courses, right now it's restricted to AMP, and it's looking at students in grades 3 through 5, right? I think there was some other information provided to the board through board questions around gifted and so forth. So And you'll see some differences here between white females and some of the other groups. And that's the other thing I would say as you look at these data, you want to also ask yourself, are there differences between genders, right? Because sometimes there will be. This is what it looks like in middle school. Over 60% of the students in 2021. I think this is worth a shout out because in COVID with the different learning modes, even in spite of that, our principals did an excellent job, and we still had an uptick or an increase in kids getting into more rigorous courses under these conditions. And it's the same for high school, but you'll see that there are some differences between groups. And I think in order to get on to the next workshop, I'll pause there for questions.
Ms. Brew?
I just have a quick question. I know in the other workshop, the graduation rate was reflected for ESC were standard diplomas. I just wanted to check, is this data ESC students with standard diplomas, or is it including alternative diplomas?
Standard diploma.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Robinson?
So I just want to ask the board to make sure you look at the Q&A that I submitted for the strategic plan, because one of the things I asked was, what would the graduation rate be without the concordance scores, right? And in every group, I just tried to map it out. It's at least a 7-point differential overall. But like female ELL, if I read this correctly, what we reported is 91%, but it would have been 67%, right? So the long story short is we learn how to game the system. I'm not mad. I want the children to graduate, but I don't want us to say, check, we did that. And as I showed before, we still have low reading proficiency in 10th grade. So we know we're not getting them ready. So this is wonderful. I mean, it's wonderful, yes. And I report it in public, but it doesn't make me happy because I know that it doesn't mean what I hope it would mean. So let's just think about, really what our new target will be. Thanks.
I think when we have this conversation with our principals, the overall rate is great, but the conversation is around, is that the bar for every student, right? Every subgroup should be at 90%, and that's the expectation and the standard. Okay, and with that, we'll hand off to Mr. Tierney.
Well, the Chief of Staff Office initially began providing the board with details related to the development of our next strategic plan back in November. Along the way, we have heard the board's feedback on the development process, including the need to emphasize equity as a central tenet of our next plan. I applaud the board's efforts to engage in equity-focused workshops moving forward, such as the upcoming root cause analysis discussion facilitated by Mayor Fotakis on March 9th. There is no doubt that this foundational work will be positively influence the implementation related conversations once the next strategic plan has been approved by the board. The Chief of Staff's office has also used your feedback to make meaningful adjustments to project timelines and stakeholder engagement plans, which we will share with you as part of today's workshop. In addition, you will hear more about the critical structures we are putting in place to support the next strategic plan's development. As per the board's feedback, the goals reflected in our next strategic plan must be informed by student needs, as well as input from every stakeholder type, including school-based employees, parents, students, and community partners. We know the sense of urgency to put a meaningful plan in place is now heightened because of COVID. Simply put, we have an obligation to the students and families of Palm Beach County to make strategic investments aimed at repaying the educational debt that is owed to them. It is my firm belief that the sense of urgency must continue to be the driving force in the district decision-making moving forward. And with that said, I now turn it over to the Chief of Staff, Mr. Ed Tierney, for today's workshop.
Chairman Barbieri, Vice Chairwoman Mrs. Brill, school board members, Dr. Fenoy, very pleased to be here this afternoon to help facilitate the second board workshop on our strategic plan development. Joining me at the table today is Ms. Kathy Villavicencio. Joining us remotely is our equity consultant, Ms. Mary Fotakis. In the last workshop in January, we received helpful feedback from the board that led us to make some adjustments. Those adjustments will be highlighted in this presentation. We've also incorporated some critical structures to ensure that this planning process culminates in the successful creation of an equity-based strategic plan. We'll highlight those critical structures as we go through this presentation. And finally, you've received binders to help you assimilate, reflect on, and organize the massive amount of information that you're being asked to deal with as we go through this strategic planning process. This slide is a recap of the feedback that we've received from the school board and then the actions that we've taken as a result of that feedback. The first piece, time needed to reflect on the current strategic plan. We heard emphatically from the school board that prior to really embarking on the creation of the next strategic plan, that you wanted an organizational focus on the current strategic plan as well as a deep dive into equity. So the workshop that you were just presented by the academic team was in response to that request. The data that Mr. Howard just briefed was in response to Ms. Furtaka's request for data that she uses to gauge the successful implementation of equity throughout a school district. That data that Mr. Howard just presented will be a theme as you have your individual one-to-one meetings with Ms. Furtaka's that you all signed up with beginning tomorrow, as well as the March 9th equity workshop that we have less than a week from now. So that data will drive your conversations individually and then collectively as a board next week. Equity work has to inform the strategic development plan. We adjusted our timeline. Initially, if you recall, we were going to do mission, vision first, then equity, and then strategic plan. A board member observed that if the word equity is going to be found in mission and vision, it doesn't make sense to define it after we've used it. So we've adjusted the timeline around that. And how are we leveraging the use of the outside expertise? We're going to expand on Insight's role and responsibilities, highlight how they're going to help us, touch on the synergy that's been created with our current consultant, Ms. Furtakas, and then just briefly touch on the open communication lines between Insight and our performance and accountability department. This is what we're going to cover today. I've touched on most of it. We'll get deeper into the phase 1 stakeholder engagement plan later on in this presentation. I do want to highlight number 3, the board reflection activity on the current strategic plan. We are going to present this workshop in a manner that preserves time for the board to have the public discussion regarding the current state of our strategic plan, because this is going to be a start, stop, continue activity where you discuss amongst each other what you want to start, stop, and continue. So we're going to brief this to ensure that we have time for the board to have a meaningful discussion around that area.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tierney. So as Mr. Tierney just mentioned, we did rearrange some of the foundational work that the board had shared is critically important before we even start developing any aspect of the next strategic plan. So you'll see there, we just reordered some of that on the timeline to just give you a visual of what we're doing. And then we've also called out the root cause analysis that will be happening next week on Tuesday. So again, y'all have talked about the need to take a deeper dive. Ms. Furtakas is on the line as well. She'll be just speaking very quickly to the equity workshops because we want to make sure y'all see there is a connection there. And we're making sure that all aspects of the work are aligning. And then, just built out the strategic plan development timeline a little bit more so y'all could see how we're bucketing that work. So again, the pre-work phase where we're really just reflecting where we're at right now and conducting a needs assessment internally allows us to be able to engage in that foundational equity work. And then we'll move on to the design and implementation phases as next steps. So again, I think a lot of the conversations that we've heard the board have focus a lot around the implementation of the plan. So while the development is super important, the implementation is almost as more, if not more important to ensure that we're meeting some of these goals that we're setting for ourselves. So I know Ms. Furtakas is on the line, so it's been a while since we've chatted with Mary, so just want to check. Mary, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mary. So, this is our first critical structure that we've put into place to make sure that we can meet the timeline, the adjusted timeline for the next strategic plan. And so that's our first critical structure. It's one of 6 that we'll quickly be covering today and all informed by your feedback over the last couple months. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mary so she can just quickly talk through the equity work and how those will inform the implementation of the plan moving forward. Mary?
Thank you so much. And thank you, board members and Dr. Fenoy and staff for having me with you again. I'm very happy to be with you, and there's been a lot going on behind the scenes as we've been preparing for this. And so as you can see on the screen, that we have 3 things lined up for you that's specific to the board's work around the equity part of what you're trying to accomplish. Starting tomorrow, I will be having one-on-one discussions with you going through Sunday. And in the pocket of your binder is the template that I'll be using for our conversations on the root cause analysis, where we will be looking at the question, why do inequities exist in Palm Beach County schools? This is why you were provided with the amount of data that you were receiving, because we're going to be having this one-on-one conversation, walking through that template, and then I will be compiling all of your responses into a document in graphic form for you to be able to see what each other has said. And that will be one of the foundational pieces of our conversation on March 9th, next week. The reason for doing this in the order that they're presented is that looking at your data and looking at your root cause analysis, which gets to system issues, which I've heard many of you refer in the workshops so far today. This will then provide that foundation you're going to need for our second workshop, which is going to be developing your working definition of equity that will be informing the strategic plan, any work you do with your policies, et cetera, as well as your mission and vision revisions. So this is how we're building the pieces in. Each one is building on each other so that you're getting the background information that you need. We've already identified in material that you've previously received what the pre-work will be for each one of these 3 workshops, and you'll be able to see how each of these items we're working on will be rolled into our ongoing discussions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Vertakis. So again, this is the second critical structure we've identified to help supporting the development of the next strategic plan. And so all of y'all received a binder today. In the first section is actually a copy of that larger document that Mr. Howard went over. And so again, just wanted to make sure y'all had hard copies. Now you'll notice the binder is a little big. That's because we'll be adding to it over the next 6 months. So we will be giving you things. We also have a copy that will stay in the board office in case helpful. So again, we just hope it will be a good reference for y'all, because it is a lot of work and we're throwing a lot of information at you. So we want to be mindful of how we're organizing and presenting that to you. And Mr. Tierney will also share just a Google link. So we'll also house these as a Google folder in case you want to look at them electronically as well. So thank you, Ms. Vertakis. I know you have another meeting to jump to, but I know she's looking forward to March 9th and the one-on-one conversations that are coming up.
The board's very familiar with Ms. Vertakis, her role, less so about insights, but I'm just going to highlight some of the things that they're going to assist us with as we move forward through this process. The list is on this slide. I'm going to call out, in my opinion, the most important part is facilitating the stakeholder meetings to generate the meaningful feedback and draft goals and associated measures. So they will help us engage and interface with the community and then help us assimilate that feedback to turn into draft goals and measures that ultimately will come back to the board. We've mentioned before that Insight's been doing this for 20 years. They really are leading the nation or national leaders in equity work. Equity is woven through the strategic plans that they have helped created. You have 3 examples of those plans in your notebook that you were provided earlier. I'm going to just highlight one of them, which is Guilford County. There's an award-winning equity-focused strategic plan that board is chaired by Chairwoman Dina Hayes, a co-founder of the Racial Equity Institute that so many of us have attended. So that's in your binder and worth looking at. They're already coordinating with Ms. Vertakis, as well as has started communication with our Performance Accountability Department as well.
All right, so the next critical structure has to do with how we'll be collecting feedback and processing it over the next 6 months to inform proposed goals and associated measures. So phase 1 of stakeholder engagement, as we shared back on January 20th, will be taking place later this month through mid-April. We're doing that with the board today, the start, stop, and continue, which Mr. Tierney referenced, to collect macro level feedback. We'll be sending out a very short survey as well as have paper copies for those folks who may not have access to devices. It'll also be mobile friendly to kind of just give us their initial start, stop, and continue reflections on the current plan. So again, that'll just be one of those critical structures where we can get that macro level feedback, that high level feedback. And then the board is engaged in a similar activity. Chiefs and their leadership teams have also been engaged in that activity. So again, we have a common thread woven throughout. So everyone's giving the same kind of feedback and really reflecting on the plan and having a chance to give us, their thoughts and feelings on that. And then that macro level feedback will go to a steering committee comprised of about 35 individuals that will be pulled from, district staff, principals, teachers, parents, students, our largest unions, community organizations. Again, our current school board policy around the strategic plan 1.06 talks about how the plan will be developed by the community and educators. So want to make sure that we're in line with that. And then also just based on Insight's experience, as Mr. Tierney said, they've been doing this for 20 years. All of the plans that they have facilitated have had this structure because, again, we want to make sure the community participates at the highest level possible. And then the decisions don't really lie in any one place. It's really the community's plan. And then other community groups will be engaged in hosting focus groups as part of the phase 2 engagement, which will happen in May once the steering committee has some proposed goals and associated measures. And I think it's important to note that as for school board policy, the school board will review everything, provide input on the draft goals and measures, and ultimately will approve, what's put forward. So again, the school board plays a critical role in that process, but, want to leverage the community to help us determine our next steps as a district. And I think that's something that the board has made very clear about how important it is to have that voice in this process. So again, all of these kind of feed in together. Insight, as Mr. Tierney said, will be facilitating this. And so again, they're a really critical partner because when we talk about capacity and being able to weave equity throughout the whole plan, they really bring that to the table. And again, we've heard the board say that that is foundational piece that needs to be in that plan, and they will help make sure we do that. And then lastly, it's important to note that these meetings will be conducted in accordance with Sunshine. We will advertise them publicly. They will be broadcast live. They will be recorded because, again, I think, letting people know how that process is going is, again, going to be very important. And then that survey that we have as part of phase 1 will also allow folks to indicate if they would like to be contacted to participate in a focus group as well. So if they don't say it on the survey, that's okay. They can still, be a part of that second piece of the process. But again, just want to make sure we are being forward thinking in how we design these things so that later on in the process, we can circle back with folks and keep them up to date. Wanted to give you a deeper dive in just the strategic plan development timeline. Again, we know that timelines are important for accountability purposes. So this is our 5th critical structure. We're in the process now where we are completing an internal needs assessment. We're doing our reflections. Again, Chiefs has done that with their district leadership teams. Y'all will engage in that today and had some time to do that as a self-reflection using the template that Mr. Tierney sent on February 17th. And then we'll engage the community in that same process, and that includes school-based employees. So we're on the PLA agenda next week to talk through that with principals, talk about how they'll engage their staff at upcoming staff meetings. We'll also leverage, the different departments for some of our school-based staff that aren't necessarily instructional because their voice is also needing to be heard. So whatever newsletters go out from the ops side of the house, we'll include that in there as well. Put the information at our different transportation facilities, things of that nature, but really giving us time in March and April while the board is doing their equity foundational work to reflect. And what's important to know about the focus groups in that phase 2 engagement is not only can we ask them about the proposed goals and the associated measures, but we can ask them about the mission and vision revisions that y'all are working on, as well as the equity working definition. So that's another way that we can have a touch point to engage them in those other critical foundational pieces so the community knows the work that you're doing and how that is informing the strategic plan. I think, y'all talked about culture. I think building in these processes to the strategic plan development will just enable us to change that culture a little bit more each time. So again, just wanted to put that more specific timeline on your radar and let y'all know that we're tracking to get y'all draft goals and associated measures for review in mid-May. And then late July, early August will be when we come back with those final tweak revisions. And again, there's some time baked into there in case, we need a little bit more, time in late July to do some other minor tweaks. But again, y'all will be informed along the way. Mr. Tierney and I have talked about how we will be doing monthly strategic plan updates now, as well as probably a newsletter or some sort of update in between, because we know that communication is key if we're going to meet the aggressive timeline. So again, just wanted to be transparent about that. And so in blue, you'll see the pre-work. Orange is when we'll be designing the plan. And then the purple or dark, black is where you'll see the kind of implementation. So again, just trying to color code it to give you a better visual there. And then just very quickly, the stakeholder engagement was something we talked about bringing back to you on January 20th when we first came in front of you with our first workshop. And so I really want to commend the stakeholder engagement subcommittee because we've started to craft an engagement plan that will translate into the different languages. So, being a native Spanish speaker myself, I know sometimes just straight translation, you lose the sentiment. So we're making sure that in everything we develop, the sentiment is still captured. And so you'll see there already the translations underway. So again, I'm really appreciative of the subcommittee's work. And then if you look in your binders, I think it's section 3, you'll see we did make some adds to the subcommittee based on your feedback on January 20th, and those are highlighted in yellow. So just wanted to say again, all of your feedback has really informed the work to date. So just appreciate everything that y'all have shared with us in terms of the next plan. And that's our sixth and final structure. And then as we move to outreach methods, again, we're really leveraging the current touch points we have with the internal and external stakeholder groups. I mentioned PLA. We're hoping to have some community meetings the week of March 29th to bring some eyes and ears to the survey and increase maybe just knowledge of what we're doing with the strategic plan. It's also an opportunity for us to push our We Want You Back campaign. So next week, when y'all are here on March 9th, we may ask if y'all would be interested in participating in some of those meetings and sharing some of the vision and engaging the community. So that would be the week of March 29th. So more info to come there. And then we'll also leverage, Dr. Fenoy's Friday 5 message. We're hoping to launch our survey on Friday, March 12th, right before spring break. So again, I'll be sharing some more of those timelines, but wanted to give you a very high level overview of how those outreach methods will unfold, because once we hit go, it's going to be pretty quick. So we know how important it is to have these processes and these frameworks in place so we all understand how things will progress over the next 6 or 7 months. Mr. Tierney, I'm going to kick it over to you so you can just take us to our reflection.
So we've mentioned a couple times that this start, stop, continue activity is how we're going to get feedback from all stakeholder groups. So chiefs have started that process. The board will do that this evening. We'll get that from schools, school-based teams. We're on the agenda on PLA, as Ms. Villavicencio said, students and the community. And that way, with an aligned exercise, we'll get aligned feedback and then actionable items from there. So start, stop, continue is what it looks like. And then this is just to go with the board's belief that we really need to base what we do in the future based on what worked and what did not work in the past. So that's the purpose of this slide. So at this point, I'm going to ask the board chairman if he would facilitate the board's discussion on the start, stop, continue exercise. My suggestion, if to do one at a time, start and then stop and then continue. And Ms. Villavicencio will be taking notes so that you'll see on the screens that that's all going to be in a Google Doc to be kind of analyzed and assimilated later.
And I did try to capture some of the things you were saying in the last board workshop for the interest of time. So this will be shared with you after. But Mr. Chairman, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Andrews, if you'd like to go first on the things you'd like the district to start doing?
Oh, I just have a question for them before we start into that, if that's acceptable.
Sure, go ahead.
I just know that it's a tight timeline. It's going to be aggressive work. And I think as a district, you know, when we did this strategic plan with our former superintendent and we kind of let it sit on the shelf and nothing happened. You know, even though we knew what it was, and we had occasional workshops here, and we're asking the people in the public to come together. I went to all of those stakeholder meetings and the community involvement and all of that. So we're starting that again, which is going to be pretty aggressive. I just do believe we need to kind of speak up to say that, you know, we're not doing this like that anymore. This next time around, once we get all this data, this information, and do this equity dab to try to help these children to get where we need to go as a district, talking about culture and our climate, that we're going to be meeting with these stakeholders often, just like Ms. Brill just said. We can't wait until it's time for the next strategic plan and come up with a consultant and all of this information and everything's all ready to go and we're going to do this big thing. People will lose confidence in us if we don't talk about that on the front end of getting started again. It was a marvelous plan that was really drawn out with a lot of people. And so hopefully a lot of the same people will come back, but we need to address the elephant in the room somewhat, that where have you been lately as a school district in working through the strategic plan as we got to the end here? And so I that's what I just believe. As we work through this, and if we really mean what we say, we have to be honest with all these people that we're asking to come together to help us out to get this done.
Okay, which board member would like to go first on the things you'd like to see the administration start doing? Got Dr. Robinson.
I'll try to answer that next, but first, maybe I just missed it, but did we close out the thought? It seemed like it was closed when it was said, but I still need the answer on the Council of Great City Schools. Was that evaluated, whether or not they can actually facilitate? I get it would cost money, yada, yada, yada. I'm just asking the question because it was brought up and I didn't hear the answer.
We met with a representative from the Council of Great City Schools, had an excellent, very interesting conversation. The issues that came up were it would deviate from past practice. It would not really align with the philosophy of how we work through strategic planning. And I don't think it would fit in with our policy as well. So the way the council has that done is the board does the goals, and that is completely separate from superintendent and staff. So the board sets up meetings with the community, attends those, facilitates those, collects the information, assimilates the information, and then collectively creates the goals, all completely separate from superintendent and staff. Once that's done, then it turns to superintendent and staff who comes with a plan in order to meet those goals. So that's not how we've done it in the past. That's not how we've started. And our policy says the strategic plan will be created by superintendent, educators, and the community. So I'm not sure it would completely align there either. And then when we asked about cost, because you always have to ask, being members, it's $10,000 up front. And if we were to do everything that they asked us or required us to do, then that would be the end of it. If we deviated from any of their requirements, then we'd get a bill between $75,000 and $150,000 for not, and that bill would be coming for not following through. The size of our district, I would surmise it's probably closer to $150,000 than $75,000.
Sure.
Okay, so thank you for that information. One of the things that I've learned being on the board and actually going through some of that board member training with Florida School Board Association is how important the whole leadership team is, including, I think they counted as 8, meaning the 7 board members and the superintendent. I actually think it's larger than that. And I also think that collective thought is better than isolated thought. And so based on your description, I'm good with moving forward as has been outlined. I'm still a little bit concerned about the shortened timeline. I'm willing to ride and see if we can pull this off as long as we go as deep as we need to when we need to, right? So, which might be more of a time commitment for us. So I'm fine with that. So as to what should we keep doing? So can, in that category, can I say should we keep doing but do better? Can I put that in that category, or is that a different category? I just need to know how to categorize these
Chairman?
things.
Sorry, Mr. Tierney. I just emailed all of y'all the link so you can view it too, in case it's small. We're trying to get it as big as possible, but you all have that in your emails now in case you want to view, on your screen. But, and then to your point, Dr. Robinson, there are already some things on there. So I don't know if it captures, what you're talking about, now, but, just what we should start doing that we're not currently doing, right? So I think, after this, we'll summarize it all into themes. So similar to what Ms. Bertakis did with the equity stuff and how y'all talked about what the barriers were, and then she put it into 4 themes. We'll do that afterwards. I think we're just trying to make sure that y'all surface things that perhaps you want your colleagues to hear as well, because we know public discussion is also important. So I think that's something that we had talked about, of just what do you want to start doing, what do you want to stop, and then what do you want to continue doing, as Mr. Barbieri said, for that order.
Okay, which one are we doing now? Start or start? Oh, what should we start doing?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So I think that we need to start working with community-based organizations in a authentic partnership way to support parents and students, right? I think we need to redefine the word community so that we all know what we're talking about. Because when I'm saying community, I mean one thing, and other people say community, I think they're talking about the business community. Well, I know some people are, but I think that we need to start with the understanding that all children can get smart if we give them engaging curriculum, enthusiastic teachers, and if we can get them to actively engage in their own education. And it's number 3 where we're really falling short, because I think we still continue to act as though children are supposed to be like internally motivated to learn or something. And I can promise you I had no internal motivation to learn. Mine was always external, right? And some children are not similarly blessed, right? And so is that, I think that's where we really miss things. So we need to have conversations about how you engage students and spread that, and also find ways to communicate with educators why all this stuff that we talk about up here is actually helpful for what is important to them, right? And we need to provide the adults with the support to do the things that we know would benefit students, so that it can be done with fidelity without them feeling any more overwhelmed than they already feel, right? Okay, so I'm gonna stop now, but I'll come up with more if you want.
It's fine. Ms. Whitfield?
Thank you so much. I guess we're just talking about START right now, so I'll just mention a few things on that. One of the frustrations I had with the last strategic plan is, as all of you know, I used to work in the school district, but not in instruction. And I always felt like, there's like a tiered system within the school system about, who's the most important for children's education. And I would like to see in the next strategic plan a real ability for every single person who works in the school system to see how they contribute. Because I think everybody in this system contributes. We have, 20,000+ workers in this district. And it's important to me that they all understand how best to do their jobs to affect the outcome of the children and the success of children within the district. So, we're all working towards the same goal. And so I want our strategic plan to really say that. The other thing that I find would be I think, a really interesting thing for us to look at, and I just want to mention this so that we can discuss it in future meetings, but there is a model that people who are involved in public health know from the CDC. It's called the whole student, whole child model that CDC has put together. It's been adopted by our Wellness Promotion Task Force many years ago as a part of the work that we do. And really what it does is it represents all of those different aspects of people who contribute to not only the education learning of the children, but also the public health needs of our students. And so I would love it if we would look at really focusing on the whole child as we go forward, because I think we do it. I think we have, I think we do actually work on that as a district. I think it's about the communication and showing everyone, again, how they tie in the work that they do, and really looking at the whole child and how we can make it so that all of these efforts that we do in the district are communicated to everyone, but also on some level equally represented. I think, we have put a really heavy focus on mental health, which is one of the components, and I love it. But I think we also have to think about physical activity with the children, nutrition, the community collaborations, parent and community involvement. All of those things are part of it, and I think it's a very interesting. So again, whole school, whole child model, thinking about a whole child and all their pieces of what makes their day successful. And then finally, one of the things that I have really thought is so important for this district, as you know, this is something that I've talked about many times, is our dual language programs. I put my daughter, who didn't speak Spanish, into a dual language program. She was there for 6 years. She's still in Spanish for Spanish speakers in our middle school. I think it's vital in this economy that we put efforts into dual language. I think we need to put our dollars behind it. I think it's something that should be marketed better. I think it's crucial for our children in a county where 1/3 of the people in the community speak Spanish and are of Hispanic origin. I think we really need to make sure that we're setting every child up for success. And so having the opportunities to do work on dual language so that every child has that ability to learn Spanish, even if they and also I know we've talked about Creole and there's been Mandarin conversations. Just having that ability to learn another language, I think, is really crucial, and I think it does a lot for their brains. And then I just want to mention really briefly at the end, as we're thinking whole student, whole child model, the whole child, I would really like us to always consider art and music in that aspect, because I think it's a really important thing about the development of the brain of the children. So if we're making a wish list of what we think makes a great kid and makes the education system wonderful, I think we have to renew our focus on arts and music in that whole child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Whitfield. Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you. I would like to see us look at the next strategic plan to start looking at how we actually develop the budget for schools that have high levels of the subgroups that are really not making it, i.e. Your ESE population, your minority students in many of your predominantly Black schools, your ELL, looking at those subgroups and looking at those schools that have a high number of those subgroups, and look at how we actually allocate money to each school. The calculations that we've used in the past are kind of generic. based on the school with maybe Title I funding, adding to those schools, but finding a way, working with the finance department on how we can establish some new resources with curriculum, with human resources, a whole cadre of support for the schools that are most needy. And I'd like to see us try to put a budget package together on how that can be done based on knowing where these students are. We know where they are. We know the issues in these subgroups, and we need to figure out how we can adjust our funding accordingly to provide the help in these areas. So I'd like for us to start looking at that, talking about how we can do that, and align it with the subgroups to provide these additional resources for success.
So I'd like to make a comment at this point too. I don't know, maybe I'm too simplified on this, but I believe that the reading is the key to everything. Whether it's graduation, it's postgraduate success, whatever. We're fortunate in Palm Beach County because we have some of the most talented teachers in the entire state, I believe, not the country. We also have some that are superstars. I can give you an example of one of those. She comes to the meeting, she makes us all laugh, and that's Edith Pride at Boca Elementary School. We have superstar teachers that know how to teach children, especially children like at Boca L that come from families where they're, these kids are not English language speakers primarily, and they've had some unfortunate situations in their lives already when they get to school. We should be figuring out where we have those teachers, and those teachers should be teaching other teachers how we move these children to get them to read. I know, we have these ambassadors that you talked about earlier, but there are success stories in almost all of our schools where there is some teacher that stands out, especially when it comes to reading. If we're going to make a difference in this district, we have to make sure these kids are reading at grade level to the end of third grade. We've heard all of us say that, and I think the key is we need to find the right teachers that will take a child, no matter what color he is or what background he's from, and make sure that child can get what they need so that they start in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and by third grade, they can read on grade level without any problem. So hopefully we can identify those teachers and get them involved. I don't know, we call them master teachers, or we get these teachers to go into their schools and coach. But I don't know exactly. It's up to you all to figure that out. But I think we need to use the talent we have, a proven talent, to make sure that our kids are getting the education that they need. Mrs. Andrews?
I'd like for us to envision or start to establish an exchange program for teachers within the district itself. I know that we probably have to work with the unions to do this, but I'd like to see us find a way a way that we can utilize talents from within our areas. For instance, I'm in District 6, and I have a combination of all types of schools, and I'd like to see us find a way to use incentives, and we are already doing some of that, and moving the teachers around, high-performing teachers with their master's degrees, teachers with a lot of experience, and teachers with a proven record of moving student achievement to be able to help each other. Maybe the ambassadorship works, but I mean, to spend the time in maybe a school for 3 years or more, or a year, in an exchange program so that they can demonstrate the talents necessary to move student achievement. So I'd like to see us work with how we can implement something like that by having a conversation with our unions, with HR, and looking around in the United States to see what kind of programs are like that. I bet it's out there somewhere and we just haven't looked at it. So I'd like to see us do that, especially with such a diverse district that we have here in Palm Beach County. We should be able to put something together like that that can give a different perspective of teachers from the different areas of our county so they can help each other to learn and grow each day.
Dr. Robinson?
Okay, so we're still on the start, right? Where we start.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to follow up on something that Mrs. Whitfield said. I want to say specifically that every employee should really see their role in accomplishing the mission, right? Like whatever that ends up being or vision, I still can't get them straight, whichever one it is, that they see how their work, helps accomplish that. The next thing is, as I mentioned before, we need to start discussing racial equity on a regular basis in every school and every department. And it should be, I think, led with data, right? Because I think that people don't really, they just know that, they mean well, right? And so, and they don't see the data that says we're not doing so good. And hopefully there'll be a wake-up call to try to change our ways. I think that we need to start holding our mental health consultants accountable, because we don't yet. That's a whole thing. I think we need to recognize African American English as the language that it is. And we need to teach children to be bilingual with African American English and standard English. And then we need to set a goal that every child is trilingual. Because if their home language is standard American English, then I'm good with the goal being to be bilingual. But we have so many children whose home language is not standard American English. I think we set the goal to be trilingual. But first we have to acknowledge for children whose home language is African American English, the part of our failure to teach children to read is that we are not acknowledging the language. It's not quite as much of a gap as if the home language was Creole or Portuguese or French or Spanish, but there's still a gap there, and we don't acknowledge it, and we allow our teachers to see them as dumb black kids, and therefore the expectations are low. We need to, how do I say this? So so part of this conversation has to be around all the teachers who mean so well and love the children so much, right? And I just love you and I love you, but I don't want to hurt your feelings by stressing you out and making you learn this hard stuff, because that's a reality, right? And so I want them to love them, yes, of course, right? But love does not mean, cut them off at the knees, right? And so, but sometimes people don't sometimes see that, and just by way of example, one of my son's best friend's mom was a middle school teacher in our district. And she told me when they were in elementary school that this math is too hard. It's going to damage their self-esteem. Okay? Okay. So, no, it's teach them the math. It will help their self-esteem. Okay, so, okay. I also think that we really need to do a real push to more, to use in our instructional materials dollars to pay teachers to write virtual books. Now, this has been an ongoing thing that I brought up, and there's been impediments to that, and I understand that. But just imagine how cool it would be, since everything's online anyway, right? That we take that money, we pay teachers like over the summer to write really rich. It's also a fantastic professional development activity, right? And then we could use it, and it could be written so that all of our children see themselves, not the children in Texas, right? The children in Palm Beach County can see themselves, right? So that's one of the things I think we should start doing, is fighting that fight, wherever it exists. And then the last thing that I wrote for the moment is we have a lot of educators that have promoted themselves out of the classroom, right? I think that those educators should make a commitment to go into the classroom. I would say once a week or once every 2 weeks or whatever, so that they're like assigned and they're providing support and demonstrating, since they're so awesome, they got promoted out of the classroom, right? They should be able to be outstanding exemplars, especially like for new teachers, right? So I think that's something that we can work on that would hopefully benefit, children and the educators that are in front of them every day. That's it for now.
Ms. McQuinn?
All right, I'm coming back to my reading thing. So, barring English being a second language, and I will refer to Dr. Robinson's, and I don't remember the term you used, but I'm going to use a Black language. All of this is going to roll into one thing, I promise you. I've been trying to put my thoughts together here with this. I think we should just have one goal. Every single one of our students, unless they come to us not speaking English in the third grade. By the end of third grade, we don't say we're going to increase by a certain amount. No. Every single one can read on grade level. And then everything else comes out of that. What do the communities say their kids need? All of that comes out of that. Sure, we have social, emotional, all of the whole child learning, but it comes out of a belief that every single kid can learn to read. And we have a few years to get them there to make up for reasons why they didn't come to us with that ability. Now, I'm not quite through with this whole reading thing. I've been writing all my stuff down. So, I'm going to move past elementary level, because you know I'm high on the reading there, but let's go to fourth grade. So we get through third grade. We could start now, because we can't start, the kids who come to us next year in kindergarten can't start in third grade. But we can take our fourth graders next year and say, we don't have lower level classes anymore in content areas. At the middle school level, certainly at the high school level, everybody's in higher level classes. And we get the comment, well, they can't read. No, well then you know what? Then we put our money to have somebody read to the kids, because I guarantee you they can understand the content of the course. It just all starts with reading and saying, why aren't they there? And we make it happen. And I know we can do that. I simply know we can do this. I feel very passionate about it. And then also I realize that this is not a start. Okay, that's a start, my goal about reading. Put them in higher level classes, give them the reading support that they need. So that's a start, and then my third grade thing. Okay, and then I don't know how to start this. I can give you lots of barriers, but we do have to have a teacher-student match, whatever that means. I'm done for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McQuinn. Mrs. Andrews?
I do believe we have to have a true relationship with our communities, especially our parents and our neighborhoods. I think in doing the strategic plan, we want to get stakeholder input, and then you're done and you're gone. I think what we need to do is make sure we put some kind of component in place, not just for teachers, but for administrators, just for everybody. Our bus drivers, our custodians, they all come from our neighborhoods, and we need to establish a way to find out where the children live and where they're coming from, and begin to do a partnership with the community which our children come from to go to school each day. Many times, you go to the school building and then they go home and they don't see their teacher. So I think it's about making sure that we can build some strong relationships with the community. When you think about our African-American boys, our Black boys, Brother Carl comes here, every school board meeting asking, well, what can we do in the community to help our boys who, when you look at the out-of-school suspension and you look at the reading, when you look at the attendance and all the issues, they rank high up there. We've got leaders within our community. We've got to find them and make sure that they can help us so we can know where the children are coming from, getting to know their parents, getting to know their community, by attending events and activities within their community so that you can come together. So we have to figure out how we bridge that, because it's easy to say, well, they go to school and they go home, and the parents, it's their responsibility to do what's what. Parents want to know that you truly care about their children. So with this strategic plan, I would like to see a component, a community parental component there, a real true component where we really have some really action items that we can show that we're really out there making a difference in the communities for where those children live and come from. And they can see us sometimes, not just in, you know, the 7:30 to 3 or 2:30 or whatever, and it's over with.
Okay, since there seems to be a lull here, we'll move on to the next, which would be, what things should we stop doing? Who's first on this one? Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
Can we please stop talking to the children about the FSA? Talking to children about the FSA. We beat the crap out of the children. They get all stressed out, lose sleep, pee on themselves and stuff, because we stress them out about the doggone test. Now, okay, so I'm just gonna take a personal privilege and tell you this in case you don't know, because I say it whenever I get to. My med school class at Howard University, okay, Howard had been, the med school was criticized like 3 years or something before we started there for having this higher than the national average failure rate on the national boards, right? I could tell you that my class was the first med school class in this nation's history for 100% to pass Part 2 of the national board on the first try. They did not talk to us about the national boards. I'm sure they revamped the curriculum. I'm fairly certain of that. They taught us how to be physicians, right? But they didn't talk about the test, except to say, register and show up on Saturday, right? So don't get it twisted. I'm not saying don't prepare the children. I want them to pass the doggone test. We're in this high stakes world. But we don't have to talk to children about the test. And we can stop saying to adults, well, you know, it's a Title I school. Because what message does that say? We don't expect them to do well. We understand what the statistics say. We get that we have to, if we're going to talk about equity, we need to make up for whatever blessings they didn't come to the table with. We get that. But we need to stop communicating stress to children and failure to adults. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
We've got to stop placing teachers who need support in low-performing schools.
Mrs. McQuinn? Ms. Brill? Mrs. Whitfield?
I was just clapping about that,
Okay.
too.
Is it my turn?
Is that
Yes.
you, Mrs. Whitfield? Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say, I'd like to stop getting distracted from our goals by changing and always adding new things. I'm hopeful that when this strategic plan is built, that it'll create the guardrails for us to really focus on the most important things. Like, I agree with everyone on reading. That's one of the ones I want to continue as well. But I do think it's very difficult to focus on that when we're constantly giving teachers and staff new tasks and changing the rules. So I'd like us to really just focus on the things that we choose, whatever we choose during this time, and really let everyone get their work done on it so we can see some real gains. Thank you.
Ms. McQuinn?
I've been thinking about this for a long time. I would like to stop putting career academies at schools that are there because we know students are applying to some academies because they don't want to go to their home school. So I should say academies that are outside the boundaries of the school. And that's a whole conversation down the line because there's a lot of money involved in that. So I'm not saying don't have career academies. I'm saying they're only for your students or we don't put money into them.
Mrs. Andrews?
Mr. Burt may not like me today, but we've got to stop using the calculations that we've used over the years for the budget, for especially those schools that truly need help. We've got to begin to identify where the children are in the particular schools and develop calculations with our funding to make sure that we can meet the needs of those children at the schools where help is needed. When you kind of look at some schools, they have heavy-duty PTAs, you got community involvements, raising funds, and that's all good stuff. I love that. I have that in my district. But you have so many struggling schools where when I'm looking at these kids, these students on this list that's not making it, I know where they are. And I know they don't get too much more than what these other schools get, and maybe a few extra dollars in title funds. So we're gonna have to begin to look at how we can strategically look at how we budget for the children that truly need help, to get them the resources, as well as even the hiring of the teachers. I mean, you know, we recruit, and people come to Palm Beach County and they all want to go to an A-rated school and they want this and that. We've got to put some initiatives in place to get the best talent, the resources, the monies, everything to go where it's so much needed. And then I think you're gonna get great teachers in those other places anyway. But we've got to make sure we put something in place to do it for these children who are suffering and who can't make it to the next level. So we've got to really have that discussion.
All right, the things we should continue doing, that we're currently doing. Mrs. Andrews?
I think we've really done a great job with the mental health, the SEL programs that we have, social and emotional learning, and the mental health counselors in our schools. Thank goodness we had the referendum that made a difference, and that's a big deal because not just with the COVID and the pandemic, but this is something we've needed forever. So I think we have to continue the programs necessary to support children so that they can be socially and emotionally well and their mental health can be intact.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you. So one of the things that I really struggled with on this is that I see valid uses for every initiative that we have. And that's why I kind of wanted to know what the end point was, because looking at them, they all seem so important. So hopefully we can narrow this list down, but things that I really want to continue, as I mentioned, the reading on grade level, I think is huge. Cultural competence, I'm very proud of the work that we're doing on that and the way we're spreading it through the system. I think that's huge. Equity access work. I really love pre-K, and I love that we've put funding into it. I love the community partnerships, especially with the Early Learning Coalition. So I want to focus on that. The SEL work. And then I added onto the list where we had written the district culture of respect and trust. I know that's been mentioned also tonight, but I think, you know, a lot of the issues in this system can come down to whether or not people believe we're telling the truth. And, you know, I feel like I'm in a very privileged position because I can call people and ask them, you know, and I can find out if I believe the district is telling the truth. And by and large, I think our staff is extremely respectful and, you know, I trust them, you know, implicitly. But I think we need to build that culture so that the rest of the system believes that leadership is doing the best job that they can. So I think we need to really make that a focus of this upcoming strategic plan is how do we as a system be as transparent as possible and continue to build that culture so that people believe that this district is doing the best job that they can and that people are you know, worthy of their trust. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
I'd like for us to continue to hold, when we're having budget cuts, hold and not cut school-based materials, human resources, whatever is needed at the school. I think we should hold on and not cut there. And if we have to cut, it would have to be at the district level. And if necessary, we have to readjust ourselves here at the district so that we can go out and help the schools. But I think we should continue to make sure that the school center is the priority because it's where the children are and the teachers and the people who make it happen for learning. So I think we definitely want to continue that model.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. I hope that we will continue the behavioral health professionals as the first line in the whole mental health, social-emotional support. And the other thing, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. So it actually nauseates me sometimes, but I do think that we should continue the self-promotion, right? So communications does a great job of saying, we're so wonderful in all these different ways. And that's necessary even though it makes vomit come up in my mouth, okay? So, but I think some of that needs to be more honest. Some of that communication needs to be like, we're trying to do this. We're doing the best we can, whatever it is we're talking about, because the feedback that I get is other people find it as disingenuous, and they see it as we just push all this positive stuff and we don't tell the truth because they know it's not all rainbows and unicorns and stuff, right? So I think we need to continue the self-promotion, but try to be a little more authentic about the struggle. Like when we get to the strategic plan, so let's say we say it is our goal for 100% of children to be reading on grade level by third grade. Then we say that, we promote that, and we say, but we need you. This is hard work, whatever it is. But I'm just saying, our messaging has to be more authentic.
Thank you, Doc. Mrs. Whitfield?
I'm actually okay. I'll speak when we get to the other one. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
And back on the community again, I think we need to continue, all of us need to continue to be out in the community, to be a part of our educational advisory committees, to visit our community organizations. We have a lot of sororities and fraternities that help in our community, especially with the groups that we're talking about. We have to continue to work with programs like the HEC, Hispanic Education Coalition, and all of these different entities that's out there in our community. We've got to be on the ground and be visible, and not just at the time for the strategic plan. It needs to be an ongoing thing. And my second continue is to recruit at historical Black schools and continue to hiring incentives and working with our own community to find the talent that we have right here in Palm Beach County that can come in and help us to get the necessary tools and human resources needed to help all of the children from the standpoint of instructional and non-instructional. We need to know who the people are in our community that look like the children that we're talking about in these subgroups that can come in here and help us out. And we've got to go and find them. They're not coming to us. We've got to go find them.
Okay. Mr. Tierney, would you like to continue?
Yes, sir. So our next steps will be equity workshop with Ms. Furtakis. So everyone signed up for an individual one-to-one meeting with her prior to the workshop, which is a week from yesterday, 6 days from now. That will be a root cause analysis that will be kind of embedded on our current strategic plan, and then the data that Mr. Howard presented today. So you'll reflect on that as you go through a root cause analysis with her, and then that will drive our equity workshop on Tuesday. We're going to formally kick off that stakeholder engagement process. We wanted to go through that with the board. I mentioned we did start that with staff now, but we'll get feedback on the start, stop, continue from schools, from communities, from parents, from students. We'll complete the internal needs assessment that Chief started, which is a little more detailed to give ourselves authentic feedback to help guide us to our next plan. And then the steering committee, which we touched on today. Dr. Fenoy will speak to you in greater detail in one-to-ones next week. That meeting will be scheduled for the end of the month. And then our next strategic plan workshop will be on April 7th.
Dr. Robinson?
I want to add one more thing. I know I'm out of order, but I think this is a continue doing, because I don't really know where we are. We need to make sure that we, I think, expand the academic tutors, because I think the academic tutors are not only a good way to help with the economy, all right, especially in, more disadvantaged communities, but also it's a way for these young people to come in and see if they like teaching, and then the school administrators can see if they like them in this role as teacher support. And then we'd have to get Dr. LaCava to figure out how to pay for them to go to college and get their degree in exchange for them teaching in our schools for whatever period of time. But I think it's a pipeline, and it's a pipeline from the community, not somebody being imported from somewhere. And they're also tried and tested, like they know what they're getting into, right? If they become a teacher, so.
Mrs. Andrews?
And I didn't get a chance to put this one in at start. I'd like for us to start utilizing our buildings on Saturday. You know, in some of the neighborhoods where children have nowhere to go on Saturdays, we should be able to find some kind of support and partnership with the community again, to be able to open the schools up, the libraries up, so that they can get on the computers. And I think you would find people from that community that could work with the school district to really build a partnership where we could actually help them to improve. I know we're looking at extended summer school and tutorials and academic tutors, but we have a building that sits from weekend to week out on the weekends, and nobody's using it unless you're getting ready for the FSA, and it should not be just for that. It should be able to be used.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I wanted to add one into the other category. I was looking at some of the things that we have on here, and one of them jumped out at me, which was the leadership pathways. And it made me realize that, some of these things I feel like we've done a pretty good job of accomplishing and setting up the goals. So I'd be curious from staff to let us know as we go forward if we're in a good enough place for some of these things that they can just be taken off the list. So not that I want to end that work, but just that we don't need to, prioritize it as much. Thanks.
Mr. Tierney?
I'd like to thank the board for participating in this exercise. It's been a long meeting, but we appreciate the authentic feedback, and we'll organize that and assistance with to move forward. Mr. Board Chair, thank you for facilitating that exercise, and this concludes the workshop.
Thank you.
I just want to take a moment to, again, thank the board for their participation, but I also would like to take a moment to thank staff. Even though I was not here at the development of the strategic plan we're currently under, it is clear, even though all of our goals aren't met, the staff in this district has worked very, very hard to get us to this point. And so based on this feedback and all the feedback we're going to collect, I'm just excited and that we're going to make some major changes. I think I would just say to the board publicly, for a person like me who has been through a lot of change, my entire career has been about change. I've changed high schools, changed areas. I just need the board to understand that it's going to be a challenge, and people are going to call you. And so if we're going to be a governance team through this process, we have to be clear on this, that as the change happens, people can't call you to be the scapegoat when things get rough. And so we're going to have to work together on that. So thanks to everyone for this work. And Mr. Tierney, thank you for your time. And Ms. Villavicencio, I can say it correctly.
Hey, only took 2.5 years, Dr. Fanoy.
I'm growing.
Culture change.
I'm trying my best. But thank you guys. And Mr. Chairman, this ends our workshops for the day.
Thanks. Ms. Villavicencio, I hope you all have a nice night too.
It's inclusive.
Thanks. We need a motion to adjourn the workshop. Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Dr. Robinson. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. we're still here with us. Board members, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets of minutes on the agenda for approval. We have a motion. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Ms. McQuinn. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. One item has been added to the agenda, P1. Good cause exists to add this item so employees can begin in their new positions as soon as possible. Superintendent, are you withdrawing anything?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not withdrawing anything at this time.
Board Clerk, have any items been pulled so far? No. Board members, you wish to pull any other items? Any items? All right, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Vice Chairwoman Brill. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Are there any disclosures or abstentions? Seeing none, Superintendent, comments?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to share with you that encouraging progress is being made. As we speak, the expanding vaccine eligibility to include school district employees of all ages, providing that they receive their vaccines at a pharmacy such as CVS that is involved in the federal retail pharmacy program. President Biden announced a directive that instructs all states to prioritize school staff and childcare workers for COVID-19 vaccinations. The president is challenging states to get teachers, school staff, and workers in childcare programs their first shot by the end of March. Developments are evolving quickly. This week, Governor DeSantis signed an executive order prioritizing school district employees who are 50 or older. That group is now eligible to receive the immunization at all vaccination sites. The president's directive, again, now includes district employees of all ages, providing they receive their vaccines at a pharmacy involved in the federal program. All of this information and links to vaccination sites can be found at palmbeachschools.org/COVID vaccine. I'd also like to update you on several recognitions taking place this month. In March, yesterday, district schools took part in a Read Across America Day. This annual event, launched in 1998 by the National Education Association, is a celebration of literacy. Although there is one day on which the program is highlighted, Read Across America is actually a year-round program focused on motivating children and teens to develop a love of literacy. Meanwhile, this Friday is Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day. We need to really celebrate this. Our campuses and ancillary buildings could not function without the dedicated efforts of our hundreds of maintenance workers throughout the district. These are the people who do everything from maintaining our grounds to repairing our HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. They keep our kitchens running, they support school security, and so much more. They are truly behind-the-scenes heroes. And I also would like to say publicly that this group of men and women have been working since we closed schools back in March nonstop. And so again, let's truly celebrate them. March is also designated as Women's History Month. It is our district's distinct honor to celebrate female leaders, past and present, and to educate, encourage, and empower the district's young women who will become the leaders of tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, those are my comments for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. It's come to my attention that the board policy requires us to, when a board member's joining us virtually, to state on the record why he or she can't be here. So Mrs. Whitfield, would you please state for us the reason you're home this evening?
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you to my fellow board members for allowing me to stay home. I'm not feeling well today, so I wanted to make sure that I was following all of our protocols and so stayed out of the building. Thank you so much for allowing me to stay.
All right, thank you for putting that out there for us. Hope you feel better soon. Board members, we need a motion to allow Ms. Whitfield to attend this meeting virtually by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Ms. McQuinn. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Board member comments, Ms. McQuinn?
First, I want to thank Mrs. Shea in the communications department they were going to queue up my comments, but they're rescheduling that for me to do it at our next regular board meeting because I want the public to hear it. It's a cool thing about teachers. So I really appreciate their flexibility with me. And I want to genuinely thank Dr. Fenoy and the staff who've been working so hard to integrate where we are going with our equity and our strategic plan. So very much appreciate your listening carefully to us and being patient with us. I'm very excited about where we're headed. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitfield?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to say what a wonderful opportunity we had last week, some of the members of the School District of Palm Beach County. We participated in the All Together Now annual conference for LGBTQ plus students and adults, actually celebrating them, working on initiatives as it relates to making sure that they are always safe and secure. And it was a big success, the two-day conference on last week. I will certainly get information to the school board members so that you can see how wonderful it was. Pretty exciting time. I want to compliment Alexandria Ayala because she participated in a panel discussion and she was awesome. And Denise Sagerholm from our legal department, she did a big presentation on legal issues as it relates to LGBTQ plus students and adults. And our own Pete Stewart, as always, is a superstar at the state level. I had the opportunity to be a presenter with school board members from across the state, and what a wonderful conference of a whole lot of students, a whole lot of teachers, support staff from across the state learning on how we can be better as we work with our LGBTQ plus students and adults. And lastly, I want to thank Mr. Chu, Mr. Lung Chu, our former Inspector General. He is an awesome person. He called me last week and says, Ms. Andrews, I want to go to Pahokee, South Bay, and Belgrade to take masks, the masks that we wear to keep us safe from COVID. He says, I've got 4,000 masks to deliver, and I want to give them to the city of South Bay, Pahokee, and Belgrade. And so we did. He got up early last week, one morning, and we drove and we delivered the masks. And Dr. Robinson, he also delivered masks for the city of Riviera Beach. So I want to thank Mr. Chu and his community organization. It's all about the community, and he's still giving back. So kudos to him and the people in the community. They were so thrilled and thankful. And as I was out there just this weekend on Sunday, I saw them giving out masks to some of the people who were at church. So thank you, Mr. Chu.
Dr. Robinson? No comments? Vice Chairwoman Brill? In follow-up to Mrs. Andrews' comment, board members, you know, when Mrs. Rico left, we had a little bit of a celebration, gave her a parting gift and said goodbye. We've got a plaque that's been made and ready for Mr. Chu. As soon as we get past the COVID restrictions, he'd love to come to a meeting and we can recognize him for his many, many years of service to the school board as our chief auditor and then as our IG. Vice Chairwoman Brew.
Thank you, and I wasn't going to make any comments, but I don't think anybody has acknowledged that today is Mr. Barbieri's birthday. So we need to wish Mr. Barbieri a happy birthday.
Thank you. No problem spending my birthday at a school board meeting is an event I'll fondly remember forever, I think. I believe it's also, where's the other one?
On the 11th.
Miss Ayala, so we'll have to catch her next, her birthday's coming up too. And next week we have 2 more board members. So there's a lot of us who were born in March. We have no agenda item speakers, correct?
Correct.
That'll take us to BRD 1. I recommend the board ratify and approve the appointment of the committee members as, no, that's out of order. BRD 2, we have to take, pardon me? Oh, didn't we vote on the consent agenda? We need a motion to vote on the consent agenda. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Are we up to where we're supposed to be now, Board Clerk? Thank you, Ms. Bass. BRD?
No, P1. I recommend the board approve the personnel agenda as submitted.
Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Vice Chairwoman Morrell. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. Chairman, POL01, I recommend the board approve adoption of the proposed emergency modification to policy 1.093, Construction Oversight and Review Committee. Due to the imminent danger to the public health, safety, and welfare posed to the public and cork members by the spread of COVID-19. The board has taken only the action necessary to protect the public interest. This immediate danger requires emergency action so that cork can transact business, and the procedure for the adoption of this emergency policy is fair under the circumstances for the reasons stated in the description. This emergency modification is to become effective March 22nd, 2021.
Motion by Mrs. Andrews, second by Dr. Robinson. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Next one is BRD 3.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent.
Oh, that's yours, I'm sorry.
Not to hog the show here or anything.
That's okay.
I want to do it, I'm tired
Nope.
anyway. I recommend the board ratify and approve the list of primary and alternate members of the Construction Oversight and Review Committee effective March 22nd, 2021, and for 90 days thereafter, or if a virtual meeting for Cork is allowed by law, whichever occurs sooner. And as a part of that recommendation, I recommend that the following committee members are assigned primary or alternate. For Mrs. Andrews, Tom Berger, primary. Tradrick McCoy would be alternate. For Ms. Ayala, David Porter would be primary. Frank Simon would be alternate. For myself, Mr. Lou Doctor would be primary. Ken Lassiter would be alternate. For Karen Brill, Michael Gelfand would be primary. Sam Shannon would be alternate. For Ms. McQuinn, John Cheshire would be primary. Bill Huckel will be alternate. For Dr. Robinson, she has a vacant appointment for primary, and her alternate would be Leah Gaines. And for Mrs. Whitfield, primary would be Steve Needs, and the alternate would be Virginia Ferrace. Do we have a motion to that effect? Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Dr. Robinson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We have 2 board discussion items. Dr. Robinson, update on monoclonal antibody availability.
Thank you. So you may recall at the last board meeting, I had a bit of a tirade about the maldistribution of monoclonal antibody, which is a treatment for mild to moderate symptomatic COVID. And I essentially challenged our medical insurance provider to ensure that our employees and their families were able to access this life-saving treatment. So I know that Mr. Burke has sent us a couple of emails about it, but I just wanted to acknowledge publicly, because, it seems to me to be pretty rare that people respond to what I think is a common sense cry, right? So when I have conversations with Mary McNicholas and who represented her team in our conversations, I had 4 asks. One was that they would reach out to all the hospitals in Palm Beach County, who I understand are all in their network, and ask them why they don't carry it and will they carry it. 2, and that's still to be done. 2 was to provide education to all the physicians in their network, because I'm really embarrassed to say I hear stories too frequently about physicians who say inaccurate things about monoclonal antibody, like you're not sick enough, right? And so that I've given suggestions on how to carry that out. So that is in the works. 3, the education of our employees and their families regarding this. And we came up with the idea of not only providing literature that talks about COVID, the vaccine, the monoclonal, and all that, but also to have a magnet that could be placed on the refrigerator that essentially says, I got a picture of it, but I don't remember exactly what it says, but basically, if you test positive, call this number, call Nurse Gail, right? Because I'm pretty certain if I was to test positive, I'm not going to find that piece of paper they mailed to me, but I would see the magnet on the refrigerator. So that's been drafted and should be available in the near future. But most importantly, and I really just had to give them kudos for this, because I was fighting to try to make sure that our employees and families could go to hospitals or infusion centers and get monoclonal antibody. And how about they did me one better, right? So they have made arrangements so that if one of our employees or family members test positive and they call the number on the magnet, talk to Nurse Gail, Nurse Gail would make arrangements for them to receive home infusion of the monoclonal antibody. So I just had to acknowledge that publicly because it just seems to me in these systems and bureaucracies, there's so much trouble with people understanding the problem and working to solve the problem that when it happens, I have to shout it out, right? And so I've taken that and I've had meetings like with Palm Beach County Caucus of Black elected officials and said each of you needs to go to your respective body because United is responding. What about your insurer? And so because it should not be just our employees, but but I just have to really praise United and specifically Mary McNicholas for leading her team into this great work. So thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
And Dr. Robinson, I want to thank you for bringing it up. And it was interesting at the last meeting, I was walking out to my car and Mike Burke said to me, we're going to get right on this, Miss Andrews, and make a difference. And, we've learned so much through the email. Thank you, Mike, for sending it to us. And as I hear Dr. Robinson talk about United Healthcare, I want to personally thank them because they're making a difference in saving the lives of our employees. And we really appreciate them taking the lead in getting this done. But thank you, Dr. Robinson, for bringing it to our attention.
Yes, thanks, Doug. The next board discussion item is Mrs. Whitfield, Board Advisory Committees and Quorums. Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you so much. I'm just responding to Ms. Bernard's memo that she sent out about the possibility of expanding the ability for our other advisory committees to meet. I feel like, these people are amazing that they volunteer and serve us, and anything that we can do as a board to facilitate this work. I really rely on their opinions and really enjoy hearing how they take in all of our information and with their expertise respond back to us and share with us on how best to do our job. So I'm hopeful that as a board we can support having the legal team look at every possible way to make sure that these people can come back and continue to their volunteer work that I think is so vital to the work of the district.
Any other comments? All right, we need a motion to adjourn. Ms. General Counsel, do you want to address Mrs. Whitfield? I know you've been looking at that at the request of the board. Do you want to address her comments?
Sure. I know that there is a chart that we attached to the memo that Mrs. Whitfield referenced. And if you look at the last column of the chart, which talks about possible changes, you'll see on there some thoughts and ideas with respect to the different committees that exist. But those ideas don't really extend beyond, what's available in the situation with the core committee, which is the possibility of having alternates and primaries. And so you'll see the breakdown, you'll see how many members you have on each one of these committees, and you'll see what the breakdown would be if you were to have alternates and primaries. But it definitely would require more of a discussion with the board of looking at each one of these committees and making a determination from there, what, if any, changes you would want to make.
Do you know if any of the committees are having the same issues as Cork with respect to being able to meet because of quorum requirements?
Yes, that's also on the chart. And if you want, I can run through each one of them. I mean, they've responded as to whether or not they've been able to meet. There are two committees that have been able to meet, would love to have virtual meetings if they were available, but they've been meeting, these two committees have, and they've been making quorum. So, the question as to whether you would need to make a change with respect to those committees, probably not. But other than the two, the other listed committees have not been able to meet.
All right, so do you want to bring some recommendations to us on what we should do with respect to those other committees, if anything? Do we need to increase the number of members so that they can have alternates? And
those recommendations are in the final column, so it's just a matter of going through each one of them.
I should have read that memo before the meeting. Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. The recommendations, though, just to draw your attention to it, are in the final column. And it's just a matter of going through each one and making a determination as to whether you want to implement the same sort of setup that's been implemented for court.
All right, so we'll take a look at that and see if we can put something on for board discussion for the next meeting as to specifics on which committees, we could do something with based on what the general counsel's office has given us. All right, we need a motion to adjourn this special meeting. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Mr. Superintendent, we are not through. We have a leasing corporation meeting, which I assume will take just a minute. Let me just get to that one. Sorry, sir. We need you to stay for that one. Called the special meeting of the leasing corporation to order at, what time is it? 7:17 PM. So the board clerk should note in the record that all 6 board members are currently present, and Mrs. Whitfield is joining us virtually, and she's been authorized by the board to work with us this evening virtually. Yes? You don't need a separate motion for that at this point. All right, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I recommend the Palm Beach School Board Leasing Corp. Approve the slate of officers.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Vice Chairwoman Brill. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Mr. Superintendent, LC2.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend the Palm Beach School Board Leasing Corp. Authorize a resolution to issue COP Series 2021A and 2021B with an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $148 million.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Vice Chairwoman Brill. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0, and I believe that's the end of everything we had to do this evening, so we'll take a motion to adjourn this meeting. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody. Drive careful.
To pursue my passion as a commercial pilot.
It wasn't